What? We're live again? No way. Are we live? Because it's not showing up. There we go. Fantastic. Hello. Brilliant. Okay, we're up and running. Let's get the shareable link. Bosh. Bosh. I am absolutely going to lose my mind at those technical issues. Honestly, I cannot believe that happened. And it's live! We're up. Hello, Dave. Okay, I can actually see things now. This is fantastic. We are up and running. We are functional. I can see the comments. Look, we've got a comment and I can see it and I don't need to look in the browser. Oh, this is how it should have been from the start. I remember the first 10 minutes when I thought no one was here. Italy's been called up for Italy. No, sorry, Italy. Nonto has been called up for Italy whilst in the championship. It might change his mindset. That would be absolutely ideal. In the perfect world, we get to keep Nonto because he's just good. Whether or not that actually pays off, we will find out. But who knows? Quickly going to refresh this just to make sure I've got all the tags. Save the stream. Is the stream up? Hi, Dev. How goes it? Hi, Joe. Can Luton get 3 points against West Ham tonight? Oh, that's an actual football question. That's not a weird negotiations question. Right, please do not genuinely be saying Dyer to Leeds or I'll have a breakdown. That's not a thing. I'm in the same chats as you. That's not a thing. Right? Surely? No, it's not a thing. You're messing with me. That's not happening. Okay, we're good. All right, I'm just going to... Where did I publish that? João Felix to Barcelona, here we go. That happened already, didn't it? Did it? Oh, no, he was quite desperately forcing a move away from Atletico, but no one wanted him for a long time, which I thought was so funny. I don't understand how that happened, to be honest, because he was just so desperately pushing for a move, and Atletico were like, you can leave. Just find someone to pay your wages, because I'm not doing it. Taken from Fab like a minute ago. Fantastic. I will take absolutely everything from Fab that I can, including, presumably, his paycheck, because he's with Kick at the moment, and the amount that they get paid is bonkers. Those exclusive deals are, very nice. Okay. Tag everyone in that. There we go. Bosh. Right, I need to get everything set back up again now because I got completely lost after that. Stream down. I'm just going to wait for people to get back in because seemingly completely restarting your chat is a scary idea, especially when you've put quite a lot of time into trying to market the fucker. We will see. I'm blue. Am I being told I'm blue? Do I look blue? Or is Ben lying to me? If Ben is lying to me, then I'm very, very happy because last I knew I wasn't that blue. Oh, that's not good. So, new bit of information. With Burnley getting Maatson, do you reckon Taylor is available? I think Charlie Taylor is probably available, but as far as I know, Leeds aren't directly looking for a new left back. It'd be good if we were. I very much want a new left back at Leeds, but I don't think that's happening at the minute. What I have just seen is from someone that I consider a fairly trustworthy source. He's the person that leaked the Javi Gracia sacking to me initially. He is the person that leaked Gracia getting signed in the first place to me. Has said, all I'm going to say is if people knew what was going on, and then the mind-blown emoji. Now, I would quite like to know what was going on, if only he could tell us. But here we are, still quite desperately hoping. Refreshed and it fixed. Fantastic. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an absolutely terrifying evening, and it's going to speed up as we get further in, isn't it? My God. LWF Footy, yeah, cool announcement. Ricky is in football pitch. Fandabi dozy. Let's check everything. Cool. I think we are fully up and running again. So I'm going to sign into the correct Twitter account very quickly because I've got one that is specifically for random transfer bollocks. Apologies, did I miss Taylor Harwood-Bellis? I mean, I think the entirety of society missed Taylor Harwood-Bellis because I didn't know that there was a specific move going on. I'll have a quick look. At what's going on with him. Taylor Harwood-Bellis plays for Southampton. Does he? Okay. In that case, I missed Taylor Harwood-Bellis going to Southampton. I don't know if it's permanent or if it's on loan. I'm going to have to double check. Season-long loan. Okay, that makes sense. That works both for Manchester City, who get to develop their player, and it works fairly well for Southampton because Harwood-Bellis has already proven that he can get himself promoted. He got out of the Championship with, I think it was Burnley last season. Being able to do it again would be absolutely huge for him, let's be honest. It's just about getting that little bit more momentum going for him. And then he will probably break through at a Premier League club. What do you think about our last two signings? I'm assuming by hour, we're talking Leeds. Leeds should have gone for him, silly club. We got Joe Rodon. It's fine. And I'm going to swap to the Leeds United banner. I've got banners. It's great. Oh, everything works now. What I think about Leeds' last two signings. Glenn Kamara is a good one. He's very box-to-box. He's very creative. He knows what he's doing in terms of progressing the ball, taking shots. He didn't score too many goals for Rangers, but that is basically fine. Outside of Glenn Kamara, we have, I've forgotten his name, Ilya Gruev, I believe, and it's a very good signing purely because of his sort of the way he plays and his structure. Ilya Gruev is a firm defensive midfielder. He is a pure holding the line, gonna defend. Fantastic. That's exactly what we need, to be honest. Whether or not he'll fit in or whether or not he'll immediately get minutes, we don't quite know yet because it's all going to be a little bit up in the air. We've got Ampadu and Gray to deal with instead. It's going to be complicated seeing who Leeds United start to pick as the starting midfield at the moment. Lewis Sinisterra eats baby pandas, pass it on. Lewis Sinisterra hasn't yet left yet, Cameron. Less of the slander. For now, he's a Leeds player. He only slightly lied to some children. He might be okay. I do think that Nunez is a little bit panic buy. It's not got the best of vibes to it, to be honest. He's not bad. He's a decent enough creative player. Busy day at work. Have I missed any outgoings? The only one that comes to mind, I'm guessing you've seen Greenwood to Borough. That is on a season-long loan. JB is looking like he's going to go out to, I think, Swansea. The Square Ball did a really good tweet on this, and it showed that Peter O'Rourke and some random talent agency for footballers, one guy was running both Twitter accounts, which is a little bit sus. You can't be an ITK and work for an agency at the same time. Feels a little bit broken. In terms of other outgoings, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Pep seems to love Nunez. I don't know why, but he does. I think he falls into that category of players that are quite good, but we've not seen it yet because he played for Wolves. It's the same sort of thing where I wasn't hugely impressed with Diogo Jota myself, and then he moved to Liverpool and he's got a hell of a lot of goals because that's what you do at Liverpool. I feel like we might get the same sort of thing with Matheus Nunes, to be honest. Liverpool were after Nunes previously, top player in there, but just hasn't shown it so far. Yeah, and I think that's about right. The best way I can put it is he's definitely a Wolves player, in that they've signed a player that had a hell of a lot of potential, and he's gotten out just in time before they ruin it, to be honest. Luis Sinisterra does not yet eat baby pandas. That is fair enough. I will give you that. I have not witnessed Luis Sinisterra eating a baby panda, and I will stand by that. We cannot prove that he eats baby pandas. That's the best way of doing it. Favourite Cody drama moment in a Leeds shirt for me has to be when Martinelli ran rings around him and back to brace in his debut. He's had some moments. He was definitely sometimes a footballer at Leeds United. It's incredible how he went to Luton and was immediately so much better than he ever was at Leeds. I don't understand Cody Dramé. I'd rather he was better than he was, but here we are. Do you think Leeds will sign a left back? I want Leeds to sign a left back. Is that different or is that the same thing? I don't think we will. I would really, really like us to. That would be good. Hold on, I had something in my pocket I'm just going to get rid of because it was really bugging me. I would very much like Leeds to sign a left back. I don't think Leeds will, because someone told, I think it was Joe Wainman, that Leeds United's manager Daniel Farker sees him as one of the best, like, aggressive left backs in the Championship, which maybe that's true. I don't think he could defend, though, which is a bit of a problem. I want us to, but I think it's too late now. Yeah, that feels about right. The whole Charlie Taylor, Ian Maatson thing is interesting, but I don't know if it'll lead to a deal. We've also had a question of, Joe, would you take Calvin Phillips back at Leeds? I'd take it back. I absolutely would never say no to that, because I think he's still a Premier League quality footballer. He's just not played much because he's got the best defensive midfielder in the world in front of him. And Pep is absolutely hooked on the Rodri sauce and is never going to let go. He's just addicted. There is no way that any sensible Premier League club says no if they're offered Calvin Phillips, I think. Aside from Man City, but they've already got him. Anyway, I am going to very quickly do what I'm going to consider a bit of a magic trick, because my legs are starting to ache. And I'm going to very, very gradually lower the desk. And I'm going to have a sit down, because I have spent most of the day stood up doing things. So sod it. It's sitting down time. I am going to say drop any emoji in the chat for your reaction to when the desk went down. Was it shock? Was it not giving a shit? Either way, emojis in the chat. Rodri is Pep's cocaine. Yeah, that's about right. And I am a little bit surprised that no Premier League club has moved for Calvin Phillips, to be honest, because we've seen time and time and time again that he is proven quality. I mean, the first time that he properly played for England was in the Euros, and he definitely proved himself, I think. Because, I mean, his very first international tournament match, he got an assist for Leeds. Not for Leeds, for England. I think it was Raheem Sterling he set up or something like that. But it definitely helps. That is a banging emoji that I've never seen before. Has anyone checked on Helder Costa? I'm not worried, just find it funny. My ongoing conspiracy theory is that Helder Costa is currently being used by Rob Price for parts in an attempt to desperately rebuild all of our injured players. I can bring some Phillips updates soon on this very stream. That would be absolutely fantastic if you would be able to do that. I would love some Phillips updates. Except I'm currently reading the Discord for the website, and I do not see a single thing about Calvin Phillips. I feel lied to, unless you're hiding exclusives from us. You absolute monster. You definitely do that. I mean, you're in charge of the website right now. Joe, you lovely human. Oh, thank you. Obviously, Leeds are pissing the league, but who is getting relegated from the Premiership? Easy one. Luton. I'm going to pull up the table because I have not actually been paying any attention to the Premier League since we got relegated. Oh, it sent me right into Luton versus West Ham. Why, thank you. I couldn't care less about that match. All right, let's go over to the table. Just let me know Dortmund has scored. I don't know who Dortmund are playing against. You simply did not have time for Mr. Phillips today. So how are you going to bring me in up? Yeah, I think Luton down feels almost inevitable. Outside of that, I'm going to say Wolves and Everton. Nunez is one of their best players, I think. So selling them to Man City when there's no time left in the window seems absolutely insane, especially when they're not going to do any reinforcing around him. Everton are just gone, aren't they? It's very funny. That's why I don't want to sell them Luis Sinister or Willy Gnonto. Like, I'd take the money. Ideally, we could have done it earlier in the window. I'm going to take the Leeds United banner away right now and just go through the chat. Yeah. Ideal world is... Hold on. Are West Ham to be taken seriously if they win tonight? You know who they're against, right? They're against Luton, who have conceded 7 in 2. Like, there are some cases in which I would say, yeah, sure, West Ham are in with a shout of all sorts if they manage to win tonight. But tonight's match is against basically a championship team that tried to reinforce, and their strongest player is still just Ross Barkley. They're not staying up. Wolves, Luton, and Sheffield. Why? I'm a little bit curious on this one. Why do you think that Everton are going to stay up? Everton will narrowly avoid again. I hate Everton. That is the most relatable thing I've seen on this entire stream. The most relatable thing I've seen on all of Deadline Day, to be completely honest with you. Okay, just having a quick look from our internal messaging on the website. There has been no news, but one of our editors is actively threatening the writers, which is a very, very funny move. Ibrahim Sangare has just arrived in Nottingham to undergo a medical and join Forest on a €35 million package deal from PSV Eindhoven. That is a very, very good move. That is a move that Alex Stewart, of formerly Tifo Football, would be absolutely livid at, because he has been saying for years and years that the likes of Liverpool need Sangare. Sangare is a very, very good footballer. Nottingham Forest have a good amount of talent to them. That's fantastic, I guess. But it all comes down to having a little bit more depth and a little bit more confidence and ability, if that makes any sense. Great work, mate. Thank you, Barry. Very, very much appreciated. Let's just sign that striker. Forgot who, but he will carry. That might be Beto, something like that. That's just gone to Everton. I don't think he's going to carry that much. I think the likes of Jack Harrison being there means that they've got a much better chance of survival. That is absolutely, definitely, for sure, true. But then, if you don't have Jack Harrison for a match or two, or you're stuck with poor players, or you've, for example, lost Alex Iwobi to Fulham, feels a little bit terrifying to be Everton right now, because they are completely stuck. Cine update. Most recent updates I've seen around Luis Sinisterra. I'm going to run through the entire tale again because this is great. Last night I got word from a couple of sources and published an article saying that Crystal Palace were interested in signing Luis Sinisterra. Crystal Palace have not made a move for Luis Sinisterra. Luis Sinisterra then arrived at training this morning, completed his training. I will get to this one later. Behave. He left training. He told some small children and also adults outside Thorpe Arch that he was definitely staying. Then a few hours later, Fabrizio Romano said that he was definitely going to Bournemouth with a medical. And then Phil Hay and Graham Smith said, no, he's not. Bournemouth are interested, but he's not definitely going. And then it was now, and we've not had updates for a while, and apparently he eats baby pandas. So that's where we are. Leeds Insider News. Have you even used that Twitter account for years? I don't think you have. Thoughts on the keeper situation, or would you rather have the French polo mint or the invisible Hawaii merchant starting for Wednesday? I'm going to go Meslier. I think the main reason I'm going to go Meslier is because, one, he started a lot this season already, and two, no, it's definitely not you. And two, the fact that Carl Darlow missed saving a penalty in a way that I've never seen someone miss saving a penalty before in my life is frankly incredible. The fact that he went the right direction, got both of his hands out, and the ball just went here. It's not how it works. I've got my goalie gloves over there. I could save that penalty, assuming I'd picked the right direction, but he just sort of let it through, and I don't really understand what was going on. Have Spurs done enough in this transfer window to get back into Europe next season? It's quite a hard one. I think the most important bit of recruitment that Spurs have done this season was absolutely nothing to do with the players. The most important recruitment that they've done over the summer is get Ange Postecoglou in. And that's nothing to do with deadline day either. That's nothing to do with the transfer window. That is, I've seen Andrew in Year 7 football trials. Trust me, Dallas, not that bad. Well, I'm not much better than that, and I feel like I could have saved that penalty. But I think Spurs could definitely qualify for Europe going into next season. There's nothing that feasibly should stop them from doing so, considering the start that they've had, considering the quality of football that they play. They're very good at moving the ball around now, whereas under Conte, they just looked incredibly depressing. Getting rid of Højbjerg helps as well because he was a fairly static midfielder. Getting rid of Kane weirdly might have helped too. Reinvesting that a little bit sooner could have been a very good idea, but they ended up not doing that. And here we are with a side that did not reinvest at the right time and is getting Brennan Johnson in instead of a world-class striker. And I think they should have gotten Kane out the door a little bit sooner. But yeah, they limited their own time towards the end of the window, which I feel was a very, very, very bad idea. Just going to very quickly check out the Twitters again and see if there's any new news. Just Sangare, just Joe Felix, nothing new. How hard will I laugh when Everton break Derby's lowest point total in the season? I will absolutely wet myself. I'm fully aware that we might be getting Everton fans watching this. Hello, if you are. That is... I cannot believe... I've got a little tracker in the top left that tells me how long I've been live and how many viewers I've got. And the moment I waved at the imaginary Everton fans, I lost 4 viewers. So I like to think that at the very thought of them only getting 4 points this season, they were just like, no, I'm out, I'm gone. Let's call it. Football is done. It is dead. I no longer support Derby Football Club, which... Not Derby, Everton. I no longer support Everton Football Club, which is a bit of a weird take, right? I feel like Everton is the hipster club for people that were brought up in Liverpool, if that makes sense. I don't see any actual reason to support Everton, because it's not like you can say, oh, I was born 5 minutes from the stadium. Yeah, but you were also born 10 minutes from Anfield. Doesn't make any sense. Any updates on Cancelo? Last I knew about João Cancelo, I'm going to have a very, very, very quick skim. Yeah, last I knew about Cancelo was they were trying to get the move over the line in Barcelona. Didn't quite work out for whatever reason. Hello. Well, thank you. I've just been emergency dropped a hot chocolate by my fiance. It was very, very nice. Oh, I love you. Everton existed first. Anfield was built for Everton. That's nice. That doesn't hugely matter though, because we're now in the modern day, and 6-year-olds don't know that. 6-year-olds also aren't hipsters. Should have thought that one through. It's too hot. I'm going to leave that a few minutes. Let's have a look. Anyway, back to this. Yes, Everton fans going when they go down will be absolutely hilarious because they've never been relegated from the Premier League. I'm going to speed through a bunch of messages right now. How can Everton be spending any way other than under an embargo? Not that I know of. They are being investigated for FFP stuff. It's a little bit different. What will be higher? Everton's points or the number of successful crosses from Jack Harrison? Trick question. Jack Harrison isn't going to be fit all season. Updates on João Cancelo. Reportedly moving to Barcelona. Don't know if it's on a loan or a permanent deal. That's yet to be worked out. They were trying to sort out the finances in Barcelona. It should be across the line fairly sharpish, I think. If we sign a left back before the window closes, will you recreate that comedian scoring a goal in slow motion? I will, in the event that we don't lose a winger. That's why many support Everton. History counts. Football didn't start with the Premier League. I know. I'm a Leeds fan. If football started with the Premier League, then I don't know. My favourite thing that I've ever experienced as a football fan was someone told me when I said I supported Leeds that I should support my local club instead. So I decided to look on Football Manager, look at all the clubs and think which one is most local to me, which ground is the shortest journey away. And it was Elland Road. So Sodom. It works. New tweet from Fabrizio. Oh, that's quite funny. Is that the one I think it is? Is Eric Garcia the one that used to play for Manchester City? Because if so, Barcelona have just shipped him off to Girona, which it's just absolutely bonkers. Your local club would have been Leeds. Support Leeds then. Stop being a Spurs fan. Embrace the chaos. Girls from Spurs, are they more local? Well, yeah, they're more local, but they're not in the Football League. Neither are Farsley Celtic. Farsley Celtic would have been the second closest, I think, according to Football Manager. Are Gildertham even in the pyramid? Am I accidentally doxing myself? Maybe. I'm going to leave that conversation there. Barcelona have approved Eric Garcia to Girona. Yeah, that's quite funny because I remember when Manchester City were like, oh, he's so good. We're going to keep him forever. And then Barcelona came in we'll pay you £40 million. And here we are. Arsenal linked to Garcia yesterday and he's off to Girona. That's rough. I feel that feels like agent talk to me. If you've got a player that is... It feels a bit Cody Drame, who was apparently linked to Newcastle and Borussia Dortmund at the start of the window, and then he went to... Well, might go to Birmingham. Have you read all them books? I've read a few of them. I've read most of this shelf. Bits of that shelf. Bunch of that shelf. Kick-Ass, that is specifically talking about Fabrizio Romano's stream because he's on Kick now for some reason. I don't understand why. No one's going over to Kick. In fact, is anyone going over to Kick? I'm going to have a quick look at that. What's his viewership like? Because I know that the rules are absolutely insanely loose over there. You can't get terms of service for anything. I imagine he's just streaming porn. 23k viewers. That makes me feel a bit sad. Cancelo's season-long agreement with Barcelona from Man City is now complete. That is confirmed. Bandabi Dozy. All good. I broke Gavin Strachan's ankle when he played for Yorkshire Amateurs, and my dad had a push and shove with his dad. I'm not proud, but it's all I have. That is incredibly weird. Radio silence on Sinister for a few hours now, but there's been high confidence at the Bournemouth end that they can get it done. I'd rather that not happen, to be completely honest with you. I would like to keep Luis Sinisterra. And the chef in the chat, who is pulling information from absolutely everywhere, including this one, which I've just now learned was a Phil Hay tweet, which, thanks for letting me know. That is, you are very fast. It's getting a little bit scary now. I'm getting a vibe that Sinister might actually end up at Bournemouth, but that means I don't need to do the slow motion goal celebration from the comedian if it ends up not going through. So I will absolutely take that as a colossal win. Drama going to Birmingham would not surprise me in the slightest, to be honest with you. If it is Tom Brady pulling the strings, then he needs to be pulling slightly different strings, to be honest. Drama is good. He is not that good. I don't think he's going to make that much of a difference, to be honest. I just had a look at Romano's Kickstream, and for some reason, there's two different studios. One of them, Romano specifically walks into to do phone calls, and that's such a weird little thing. I'm just a guy in a room. This is brilliant. For British Show, it's fine. Just take the information from someone else a couple of seconds later. It's not a problem. Right, let's have a very, very, very quick look. Also, rumours yesterday from a source that Leeds were trying to do a couple more transfers today. Whether or not that happens, we will find out. I really hope it does, but there is absolutely no guarantee because the transfer window is always absolutely bonkers. I just want it to make a little bit more sense sometimes, but it isn't going to, is it? I don't mind that, though. Keeps things fun. Sorry, I woke up at something like 6 in the morning for an interview with the Square Ball. Give that a watch, by the way. That was a very fun interview in which we repeatedly said that we hope Luis Sinisterra stays at the club. It's terrifying. If Cine goes, do you reckon Helder Costa will be given a shot? I reckon Helder Costa is more likely to be shot than to be given a shot. I don't think we're going to see Helder Costa at any point this season. Saudi Arabia have another week of transfer window, specifically beyond when the European window ends. So I do not see anything happening in terms of playing Helder Costa. He did Here We Go Bamba Dieng, but that's because he was on the plane. Let's be honest, everyone tried to Here We Go Bamba Dieng. 3 clubs that are historically daft on transfer deadline day. God. Number 1 needs to be, without a doubt, Leeds United. I mean, the best way to go about it is a few years ago. For anyone that doesn't know the story, I'm going to try and get this right. I won't 100%, but it'll be fine. A few years ago, Leeds United tweeted out, "Don't go to bed just yet because we have more business to do." And then we sold one of our best players after we told people that there were going to be more things going on. Yeah, that's one of them. Manchester United as well, always quite funny to watch on deadline day because they never get their business done on time, which means that they're always quite desperately looking at like second or third rate players when they could have signed someone for a lot cheaper earlier on in the window. And I'm not sure outside of that. I think I'm going to specifically go back to last summer and look at Chelsea and the fact that they signed Aubameyang on deadline day. And I'm just going to bring up his stats from Chelsea last season because they were not good. Did he even play much? Let's have a look. He played 15 times, 5 starts, and he scored once. So yeah, I'm going to call Chelsea the third one. Good chat with Michael. 6 a.m. is a 3-hour lay-in for me, so no sympathy here. Look, it's not my fault. I do freelancey things. I like my schedule of chaos. Swansea pulling out of the Dan James deal is another pretty big one. Yeah. Although I think if we get Dan James in that season, just to bring up what Cameron Sweeney said, if we get Dan James in that season, I think we go up. Maybe. It depends, because I don't know if you can stop Kiko doing a Kiko in the playoff semi-final. It was Matt Smith who we sold just a few days after giving me a new contract, if my memory is correct. Yeah, imagine Leeds United giving someone a new contract and then immediately losing him for no apparent reason. It'd be very weird if we did that these days. Jack Harrison. Manchester United having to play Reguilon versus Doku or Bernardo Silva. That is going to be incredibly funny. Watching Manchester United deal with the consequences of their own incompetence is going to be one of the highlights of this season. Because they've got two central defensive midfielders. Amrabat isn't even really a defensive midfielder. He's more box-to-box. So if Casemiro gets injured, they are absolutely knacked for the entire year. Well, for however long he's injured. But a couple of matches could put them out of Champions League contention. And that is going to be very, very, very funny. I have to watch Bowen batter Luton at their polished turd of ground. Good luck with the stream. Much love. Oh, thanks, Cameron. Keep me on in the background if you like, though. I would hugely appreciate that because we are desperately pushing on to reach the required watch hours for monetization. We crossed, I think, 2,000 today. 4,000 is the goal for just overall earning money on YouTube. That would be good to do if we could. That's why I currently have 2 different devices with the stream open. I don't know if it counts, though, because I'm also logged into this account. I think it doesn't count as a view. But we will find out at some point. I don't know when. So if you could spread this around, that would be absolutely fantastic, because I would like to be able to do this more often and in the knowledge that there is a little bit of like security behind it, and I'm not sort of like throwing my time into a venture that isn't going to do much. Current subscribers are just past 700. Thank you, everyone. Hey, I'll keep you on in case Cine leaves, so I have a breakdown partner. Oh God, don't make me think about Sinistera leaving this early into the stream. I'm planning to go for 5 hours. We're not even an hour in. I can't do 5 hours of we're going to lose all the important players. It's going to be heartbreaking. Pop that back up to live. There we go. And I'm just going to drag the analytics back because they are quite important to know what the hell is going on here. So if I go to live, if I go to live control room, that's the one that I've not been able to see. Whack it over there so I can keep an eye on absolutely everything. My missus just came back from work wondering why you're everywhere. Oh, that's not even... Did I disappear? Yeah, me being everywhere, it should not be a surprise because I'm just everywhere anyway. I'm magic. That's what I do. Dan Sharman thinks that Cine is leaving. Until we get some form of confirmation, I'm desperately hoping that he isn't. The longer we can keep Sinistera throughout the day, is it better? Because in theory, if we lose Sinistera, it's quite hard to judge. I like to think that we keep Sinistera throughout the entirety of deadline day. The second best thing that could happen in that instance is we lose him immediately, so we've got time to do something. Solbakken at Roma is someone that we were reportedly looking at and wouldn't be a bad get, to be honest. I'm telling you, Joe, it's happening. Let me live in hope. I'm gonna open Wacko for this because Wacko is the best place to hide and to make sure that all of my insane anxieties make some sense. And I'm desperately hoping that they do. Good luck, Mr. Rob Holding. I actually think he can do a job for a team who sits deep. I don't know what's going on with Rob Holding. Is anything happening with Rob Holding? I'm going to have a look around. I don't know. I've not seen anything about Rob Holding moving. But then again, when it comes to big moves that are hugely interesting, in the nicest way possible to our resident Arsenal fan, Rob Holding isn't the first one that comes to mind. Will the Saudis come back with 200 million per Salah, and if so, can Liverpool really refuse that? Holding to Crystal Palace. Right, okay, that makes sense. I am not 1,000% sure that that's what Crystal Palace need. What they really miss is a centre-forward, unless they've bought someone and I've not noticed. But we'll find out. Hello, mate. Just popped on to see how young Joe is getting along. Young Joe is getting on okay. Young Joe is a very, very tired boy, but he's going to push on to midnight in the stream if I can. Yeah, I do not think Liverpool accept that purely because they've only got one right winger. Behind Salah, they have Ben Doak, who is a youth player, and in a year where they quite desperately need to get Champions League football, they can hold out for 12 months, even just until January, and maybe sell him then if Saudi Arabia is still interested. If Saudi Arabia are not still interested, oh no, we still have our best player. There's not really a loss for them at any point, to be honest. They don't. It's stupid to say, but they don't gain anything by selling a player for £20 million. That is such a stupid set of words, but it makes some sense. Thoughts on a blog about someone trying to become a club mascot and the journey taken to get there. I legitimately think, Cameron, you are slowly descending into insanity, 90% of which could be down to the Lewis Sinisterra thing. And I wish you luck, because the Sinisterra news doesn't seem like it's going to get any calmer as the day goes on. Right. Not too sure we need to buy to replace Cine if he goes. Think we have options available. From the video this morning, you forgot we had very little money. Very little, I'm guessing that says money, for Roberts and Rodrigo. It was very little. We could have done with fees for either of those players, but we didn't, which was a bad move in the end, wasn't it? I think it would be good to get some form of replacement, especially a decent standard winger. Solbakken at Roma, for example, can play winger, can play number 9. That might be what we need, but then I don't know. It's sort of confusing. It would be good to get to keep them. With a week left of the Saudi window, which club should be worried? Leeds a little bit, can't lie, because the likes of Sinisterra might see that sort of money and go, could do 6 or 12 months over there. But it's hard to say. Boubacar Samare gone from Leicester to Sevilla. That one surprises me, because I thought Sevilla didn't have any money, because they're selling almost all of their players. Also, quite funny. With a week left of the Saudi window, which club should be worried? A Sunderland fan saying every club. I feel like you're getting a bit above your station there, Sunderland. If you have any Saudi tier players, I would be quite surprised, considering am I right in thinking the best player that Sunderland have at the moment is Jack Clark? Something like that. What are your thoughts on the Argentinian Roberto Carlos, Serge Reguilon? It's really hard to have an opinion on Reguilon, to be honest, especially when you misspell it. Haha. You're editing articles for the website. That's terrifying. Ooh, okay. Interesting. As much as I don't often trust it, I have just seen from Footy Insider 24/7, who are admittedly wobbly at best, so take this with the pinchiest of salt, that Bournemouth have agreed a loan deal for Leeds United star Lewis Sinisterra. If that has happened, we could see a hell of a lot of movement going on at the moment. Then again, this is the same guy that the Square Ball exposed earlier on today for what's happening. What's happening is a stream that will go to midnight, ideally. Maybe beyond if things stay chaotic. Who knows? But the most recent news is Bournemouth have agreed a loan deal for Leeds United star Lewis Sinisterra, reportedly. I would like that to not be true. I would quite like to keep him, but then again, you can't keep all of your good footballers all the time. I'm just going to wait to see if I can see any more news surrounding that. Because it is Peter O'Rourke, it is the guy that the Square Ball called out earlier on to say, look, you have been both agent and journalist in this move. That's not acceptable, really. Pirro did well last Saturday, didn't he? He did. I really liked Pirro last Saturday. He was a good addition. Could do with a second number 9. I would quite like one of those, just because a little bit of depth is always fantastic. Rutte can play wide, but that sort of removes the player that we've had as a number 10, which brings its own issues, I think. I'm going to keep scrolling, just to see what's going on. Okay, the most recent bit of news that I can see is Nonto saying that he would definitely stay, in addition to Sinisterra potentially going to Bournemouth. Yeah, Phil Hay said 15 minutes ago that there's nothing yet on Sinisterra. I did forget about Bamford, but Bamford is almost permanently injured. So it's, I just want things to make sense at this point. They're not going to. They're not going to until at least 10:30. And by that point, we should get a little bit of some idea of what's happening. But we move. I'm new to the team. I hope you'll welcome me. We welcome everyone here. It's a very, very, very friendly chat. It's ideally chat, be friendly. It's a very friendly channel. I don't mind talking to anyone that is hanging about. Randall Colomwani to PSG. That one doesn't surprise me. They've been looking for a centre forward since they lost Messi, since Neymar said he was going, since they're almost certainly going to lose Kylian Mbappe next season. Although I saw someone say that he might sign a new contract, which would be one of the silliest things I've ever seen. Just PSG once again falling for the issues. It's all Phil's comment, really. Could see this ending in nothing happening. I'd love if it ended in nothing happening. That would be good. Could see a couple of deal sheets being put in, essentially, but we have like 3 moves set in case he leaves. Yeah. I'm almost certain that there are backup moves. If there aren't any backup moves, I'd be very, very confused, because 49ers Enterprises thus far this window seem incredibly competent. They seem like they've got some idea of what's going on. They know what they're doing. If they didn't have something in the background just in case someone, like when Everton decided that they had a hell of a lot of money, it wouldn't make that much sense in terms of what's happened so far this window for the 49ers to not be ready for Luis Sinisterra to leave. I'd love to see Fab be proven wrong twice by Leeds. What were we talking the first time? Because in terms of the first time, the one that comes to mind is the Bamba Dieng deal last season. Because Romano had an absolute stinker for that one. Juan Mata has joined Vissel Kobe. I had no idea he was still playing. I'm not 100% sure. Is that where Gerard Grot plays now? Amiri. I forgot about Amiri. To be fair, I think I forgot about Amiri because because he forced a move and everyone was very much not in favour of the fact he looked around the city and then went, sod it. It's not good enough. Update from I mean Dieng wasn't Leeds, that was Dieng. Yeah, but that was still Romano being wrong about a Leeds move, so I want to take it. Conor Gallagher's potential move to Spurs is now off. That is one that was sort of confusing. I didn't know that was even happening in the first place. I'm not too sure why Spurs would be after Conor Gallagher, to be honest, and I feel like it would be a mistake for Chelsea to get rid of him anyway, purely because he's a nice, energetic presence that they've got in the middle of the pitch that can push on and try and make chances and drop in and sprint back and press from the front. Losing Conor Gallagher is a very weird one because they've not. I don't know if they've got enough depth to do that. Sinisterra odds currently, he is 1-3 to join Bournemouth. I am getting more and more certain that he is gone, to be honest. I would love for him to not be. But it does seem like he's gradually sneaking his way out of that window, doesn't it? Do we have anything else that is said? No, I've not been able to see absolutely anything in terms of brand new news about Lou Sinistera. This is going to be one of those deals that goes all the way to like 10:30 p.m. and then we've got to do a lot more thinking. Having Lozano, is it having Lozano back to PSV? That is an odd one. Where was he most recently playing? For some reason, I've got MLS in my head. Or Mexico. Napoli. Okay. Okay, he's Mexican. That makes sense. I was halfway there. And PSV's weird because in his shoes, 28-year-old winger at the Italian champions, I don't know if I push for a move. And I don't know if I'm Napoli that I get rid of anyone from a squad that's just won the title. But if that is happening, that is very odd. Both Joãos, that would be Cancelo and Felix, have gone to Barcelona. That's a little bit weird for Barcelona. In terms of attacking talent, they already feel a little bit stacked. They've got João Felix now, Rafinha. They've got, what is his name? The 16-year-old guy, Lamine Yamal, that one. He's quite good. I am working a Barcelona match for DAZN on Sunday, so that's going to be a very, very fun watch. They don't have Ansu Fati anymore, do they? They don't have Dembele anymore. In fact, yeah, okay, Felix makes sense. That's fine. João Felix works. Everyone except Jamie Vardy is leaving. Patson Daka linked to Bournemouth. Patson Daka linked to Bournemouth feels very, very interesting because that directly goes up against the other conversation that we've got at the moment, which is Sinistera to Bournemouth. And I feel like Bournemouth aren't going to do two. It's going to be a huge drain on their resources for Bournemouth to try and get both deals done. So if they do, yeah, I have seen the Daka thing. But both would be a little bit bonkers, right? I don't understand why they do both. Hi, I'm back and had a curry. Ooh. What are we talking? Are we talking Chinese? Are we talking Indian? Are we talking, I don't know, are we talking homemade? Are we talking takeaway? A lot of big questions. I feel like Daka could be the shit, Cine isn't happening move. Yes, you're damn right. Explain the curry. I want to know more about the curry. I say this because I'm quite hungry. I had my backup calzone a little bit too early today. So homemade. Oh, you can't drop a curry bomb and not give details. Yeah. In my opinion, Bournemouth can piss off. I'm glad we smashed the City up. It's quite a while ago. So I think it was before I was born. So I think I am going to take that one as a I'm staying out of this. Because I don't need to get involved and be a controversial boy. Right. Deadline day live stream. I don't know what has gone wrong and why the category is still entertainment. But I can fix it. There we go. Saved. Right. Cooked in the slow cooker all day. Oh. Okay. Right. I know that this is ultimately a sports stream. I have only just turned it off of being an entertainment stream. I might be turning it to food in a minute because that sounds so good. Flicking about. Sofian Amrabat has now completed his Manchester United medical. That looks like it's definitely going to be happening now then. I am going to go to the Manchester United banner for that. That is a very interesting, very, very big move. I will pretend that spicy is about Sofian Amrabat and not the curry because we're going to get back on topic. Yeah, as I mentioned, he's a good midfielder. He can do a job for Manchester United. I don't think he's the right move for them. He's reasonable enough, but also quite questionable. I have a change in my fantasy league team. From whom to whom? Because what my policy is, I have picked my team to start the season, and I have kept it exactly the same until deadline day, because it's only after that that I feel confident enough to throw all of my weight behind any big changes, like a big wild card or something like that. Purely because I know that the players that I will get will end up moving to Italy or something mental like that. It never goes well. Quick question as well for absolutely everyone that's watching. Can you pop in the chat who you support? Because I'm a little bit curious of the various teams that I should be discussing on this stream. Because I'm happy to talk about anyone, happy to talk about anything, happy to answer any questions, but I just want to know who we're all supporting. The more I know, the more I can target you guys and make sure that you are enjoying the stream. And whilst we do that, I'm going to take a very, very quick recheck on the Twitters. Jean-Jo done, fantastic. That is one that I honestly cannot care too much about. Yeah, there's been nothing huge from... Okay, that is a sort of big one. Luis Rubiales, the Spanish Football Federation president, has said he will continue to defend himself. Is his mum still on a hunger strike? Because if so, this is the weirdest ongoing story that I've ever seen in football. The fact that you can just effectively assault someone and then have everyone around you go, it's all right, isn't it? Good lad. Mike Kovacs is an Arsenal fan. Barry Dixon, I'm guessing you're a Newcastle fan, but correct me if I'm wrong. Delight Wellington, Arsenal. Mike Kovacs, yeah, I also think Barry might be a Newcastle fan. We are Leeds fan with Goals Edits. Dave is a Leeds fan. Goals Edits again. Mike Kovacs supports Chelsea. We have João Cancelo taking a big pay cut to play at Barca. Is that a permanent move or is that a loan? Because I am not 1,000% sure. Have a quick look. Straight loan. Okay. With no buy option in either deal due to financial fair play. I do not understand Barcelona's current situation, but we're going to roll with it. It's fine. Alvaro Fernandez, the Manchester United left back, is to leave. That one isn't taking me by surprise too much. Considering the Reguilon situation, fine. You don't support Newcastle. It's okay. You support South Shields instead. Alvaro Fernandez, the Manchester United left back, is to leave. I believe that was to Girona, but correct me if I am... Granada, sorry. I knew it was a G and I knew it was a Spanish club. Is leaving to Granada. I'm guessing that's going to be a loan deal purely because he's quite young. He's going to grow in the squad. She's now eating after hearing about the lovely homemade curry. I understand that. That homemade curry is... We're having curry for tea tomorrow. God damn it. I want to know the meat that was in the curry. Loan deal for Cancelo, yeah. Leeds should change its names to Leeds like Beatles to Beatles. No, because we don't lead matches. We immediately go behind and then try and rebuild from there. God, it's a depressing situation sometimes. FAP constraints at Barcelona, and our favourite South Shields fan likes the fact that they support South Shields. Chicken. Okay, chicken curry. I might do beef, you know. We know Leeds are going up. Who else gets promoted this season? That is one that I am not 100% sure on because I've been too busy making videos to actually look at the table. Leicester are definitely in the conversation. If they lose... They've lost Sumare, who I think has played a fair bit for them so far. I'll have a very quick look. Sumare didn't play the first match. Not the first match, the Rotherham match. Did he play... Against, he didn't play that. I don't know if that's going to affect Leicester at all. If they lose Daka, I think that could make a massive difference. Norwich have looked good. Birmingham have looked decent. Southampton are good. I'm going to say Leeds and Norwich automatic. Playoffs. I'm going to go Ipswich. Ipswich have only really had one problem, and that was against Leeds. and that was because we had the best front line in the division playing against them. Now everyone's fit and actually playing football. So, yeah, I think Ipswich are in a good shot of the playoffs here. Yeah, and Southampton in playoffs or us in playoffs. No, we're not going through the playoffs. We're just going up. We're going up, breaking the points record. Yep. HMS Pistol League is truly setting sail, continuing to go. We move. Transfer business is absolutely bonkers. Right, Fabrizio, stop shilling bloody kick. PSG are looking to move Ekitike on. Since the Kolo Muani deal has been done, they're talking to Palace and West Ham. I think that would be a much better move for Crystal Palace rather than West Ham. Whether or not it happens, we'll find out. But Palace really quite desperately need a centre forward, to be honest. They cannot continue relying on Ayew. Ayew is just not quite good enough. I managed to sneak my way into the Athletic Insider, which means I'm going to get messages directly from their journalists. And they are on the exact same speed as Twitter at the moment, which is all well and good, quite annoying, but we keep on moving. Who is the first guest and when do they come on? Anyone, whenever, to be honest. Do I have any info on Ross Stewart going to Southampton? I've got nothing, to be honest with you. I didn't even know that was a move that could be happening. Never mind, a move that was happening. I'll have a quick look and see if I can find anything interesting. When I said you can ask me any questions, I meant about interesting teams. Oh! Now the question is that a dig towards Southampton or is that a dig towards Sunderland? That's your problem to solve. As far as I've seen, it fell through due to an injury concern in the medical. That's not the most fun thing to see, I imagine, for Southampton, but I guess it's good for Sunderland. I'm assuming he's a good player, considering you're specifically asking about him. If he wasn't a good player, I guess you wouldn't be too asked about losing him. But oh yeah, not a plain mug. Left-handed mug, but it's one that I need to hold in the right hand to show people. Tottenham have requested a loan for Trevor Chalobah, according to Fabrizio Romano. That is weird, because I've not seen very much of Chalobah, to be honest. Right, I'm thinking that he's a midfielder, and Chelsea are incredibly weak when it comes to the midfield at the moment. Centre-back or defensive midfielder. Okay, if he was more of a number 8, I could understand Chelsea trying to hold on to him, but I think it makes sense for all sides of this one. Tottenham quite desperately need forwards, though, as far as I'm aware. Definitely need it. Will Chelsea's £1 billion actually get them any success, or is Todd Bowley heading for disaster? As I was saying to one of our editors, I think it was the other day, or it was in a video, something like that. Oh no, the hot chocolate's giving me hiccups. I think the biggest issue for Chelsea at the moment isn't the quality of the players they're getting in. They're getting good players in. They're getting players that are young and promising in, and that is absolutely perfect for them. What they are missing at the moment is a little bit more patience, is the nicest way I can put it. It's squad cohesion that they're really lacking in their current shape. And if they give it a little bit of time, if they let the players play together and all that, then they'll be okay, because Fernandes is very good, Caicedo is very good, Mudryk isn't very good. I'm not going to try and back him. But everyone around him, decent enough. That'll do it. £10 million deal agreed last night. Wish I was paid for that. What do you wish you were paid for? Because, I mean, from my point of view, what I've just said, I wish I was paid for being Mikhailo Mudryk for not being a very, very good footballer. I'm just going to quickly ping someone a message. Streaming now. I was thinking this morning, has Chelsea tax become a thing? £45 million for Palmer seems nuts. We say that, but at the same time, he has shown that he's got a decent amount of quality to him, in that he's played for Man City, he's scored goals for Man City, he's occasionally come off the bench. He's not a consistent starter, but let's be honest, no one's a consistent starter in that team. Is it Chelsea tax, though? That's... Considering that Leeds last season, when we were looking at potentially having to sell Willy Gnonto, were saying 40 million quid and he's yours. I don't think that makes 45 million for Palmer too insane, considering that Palmer is probably a level above. Yes, we've just about covered the Chalobah on loan to Spurs stuff. I think it's good for them to get players in. I don't think they are good enough players. Sorry, I don't think they are the right players to be getting in, if that makes sense. Palmer at Chelsea just shows that City do not consider them rivals at all. That's a very fair way of putting it, but I think that they can develop into rivals. I also think that Man City have done that thing again where they are excellent at getting all the value that they can out of their players without having to over-negotiate, if that makes sense. Like, your comments keep disappearing. Do they? I've not touched any of them. I will have a quick investigate of that, just to see if there's any reason that might be happening. No, I've not seen any comments disappearing. Should be all right. Although I could time you out, that'd be very funny. No, that's not who I am. I'm not that child. I am that childish. Let's be honest. Yeah, it's a mix of that's just how much players cost these days, in addition to the fact that Cole Palmer is a very good footballer, in addition to the English tax. It's lots and lots of taxes building up on top of one another that sort of it leads to where we are today. Also, I am going to, if Mike Kovacs is here, I am very, 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 very quickly going to ping you a message. Okay, announcements. People in here, except managers. Yeah, Brendan, that was the wrong chat. Where are we? You are okay. I've pinged a message to the YouTube chat. Rodri is a consistent starter. I'm pretty sure Pep threatens him into playing some days. Yeah, and I don't quite understand that, because you don't need to keep breaking Rodri. Rodri is a human being at the end of the day, and his body's going to break down. When he gets an injury, you're going to be stuck playing Calvin Phillips, and we all know that Manchester City seem to, for no apparent reason, despise Calvin Phillips because he just keeps not playing. I don't understand it. He's definitely good enough to play as well if you give him a run of games, but you keep not. So, your mistake. Bosh. Deadline to stream. Oh my god, that's such a shiny head. Sorry, that's a very, 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 very weird thing to say with completely no context. But I've just seen a very shiny head. That's the wrong chat, Mike. It's fine. I was meaning the one with the several departments, but that's fine. Right, do we have any more news about Luis Sinistero? I assume not, but we can desperately hope. Calvin Phillips isn't fourth choice after Nunez coming in. They play slightly different roles, I think, which... Nunez, you're talking more attacking. Kovacic admittedly does play that holding role a little bit more. I'd say Calvin is third choice, which feels a little bit unfair. I've heard Jean-Kevin Augustin is back on. Oh, isn't Jean-Kevin Augustin always on? Where's he playing now? Is it Switzerland? I get a little bit confused between him and Jero Grot because Jero Grot moved to... It might have been Vissel Kobe. Was it? No. What do I have Suwon Blue Wings in my head, but they're in South Korea? I'll have a quick look. But I tend to confuse the two because they were both like massive, like huge amounts of potential for a forward at Leeds United, and they ended up doing nothing. Kashiwa Raisel, never heard of him, but he plays in the J League now, so it's fine. Love the stuff, mate. I hope the feet have healed after the walk. I'm not going to whack them out, but there was something very, very, very weird that I noticed in that the skin's grown back a different colour, which is not a different colour, but like a different shade. Anyway, out of context, that is going to be the weirdest thing that anyone's ever heard. Regarding Calvin Phillips, we've seen this before with City. They buy players to stop other clubs getting them. They and Chelsea have done that for a long time. It's really depressing. That's the issue with that, though, isn't it? Because, like... Thanks, Joe. You are welcome, Brendan. If it comes to it, I am going to demand that everyone subscribes, or I will whack out the foot pictures from the 92-mile charity walk, and nobody wants that, I promise you. And not just mine, it gets significantly worse. Deadline day content at its finest. Thank you very much. In terms of the talent hoarding, I think Chelsea do it a little bit worse than City. Chelsea just thoroughly commit to it and buy absolutely everybody and sometimes loan them out. I think Lewis Baker is the perfect example of that, in my opinion, because he's not a bad player per se, but he was someone that I think Chelsea saw, is there some promise there? Picked him up because Chelsea can sign absolutely everyone because they're a London academy, which means there's so much talent growing up around them all the time. Anyone got a picture of Joe Wainman's or Tanya's? Did you see mine in the middle of day 2? That was horrible. It was emergency surgery for Katie. Yeah, it worked well for Jack Rodwell. Yeah. How does Calvin Phillips get in the England squad? I think Calvin Phillips gets in the England squad because in spite of him not playing for Manchester City, he's clearly still got the ability. So, like, it's a tough squad to get in, but if you're looking at players that are in there and don't deserve to be in there, I think primarily your issue has to be, why is Jordan Henderson in there right now? Jordan Henderson, who has moved to Saudi Arabia, directly gone against like the pro-pride stance that the England squad took as a unit as well, to be fair. And then still somehow gotten in. Like, I get that Southgate likes his team leaders, he likes his consistency. But, I mean, come on, just don't do that. It's not on. How does Maguire get in? How does Henderson get in? Henderson is the bigger question. Maguire, I sort of understand for Maguire. And I say that fully hating myself. Oh, thank you, goals. I hugely appreciate that, both for saying it's goated content and for the fact that it's... Oh, that's touched me. Yeah. Subscribe, because we are very quickly pushing towards 1,000. There are 2 things that you need for YouTube monetization, and this is going to be a little bit of a leaky leak. We crossed the 2,000 watch hours threshold today, which means we are more than halfway there to ad revenue. We are incredibly close to getting the general monetization options like memberships and all that sort of stuff. And And yeah, it's 300 subs and it's ad revenue now. Cine on loan, I thought we reached max loanings out. This is where it gets a little bit confusing because there's different limits for domestic loans and foreign loans. I thought that we had hit the loan limit a while back when it came to Jack Harrison going to Everton. However, the fact it was a domestic loan meant that it didn't go on the international loans list. I think there's room for one more, which, will it be Cine? Will it be Nonto? Will it be Somerville? We don't know. Will it be none of them? That is the ideal world, but we'll find out. Goals can have Barry's job. Maybe. We'll find out. Shill. I'm going to shill. I want to shill. It's me. I can shill myself. Is it a shill if it's you? Not touching that one. I literally moderate internet chats for a living. I get paid to do that now. I don't think that one's going to catch me. 1-0 to West Ham. That is unsurprising. In fact, sod it. We'll do this. What is everyone's prediction for the Luton West Ham match? I cannot offer any form of prize except pride. Might do a shout out or something. But let's have your full-time predictions for what the match is going to end as. I'm going to say 3-1 to West Ham. Imagine if it had 3-1 Luton. I would have properly lost my mind then. Also, we are going to make... No, hold on. Adam. Delight. No stealing of my predictions. Not on. Yeah, what I'm going to say is I'm going to try and form a bit of a community around this channel because if anyone can like pull together and back each other, go for it. If anyone has a spare 15 seconds, keep the stream open. Definitely, please. But click over to Skulls Edits, subscribe to the channel. Why not? Let's all lift each other up. That'd be fantastic. Beat me to it. You did not beat me to it. I said it first. Do not blame me for stream delay. Not on. 4-1 Luton, including a Ross Barkley hat-trick. If that happens, because I know you in person, I will buy you a hospitality ticket to a Leeds match of your choice this season. That is how confident I feel right now. If it's 4-1 to Luton, you've got a hospitality ticket later this season. 2-0 David Moyes, Brexit result, no need for more goals. That adds up. That is completely unsurprising. I can see that happening. Hold on, I've just got a message from a person. Okay, cool. Romano saying that Chelsea's reply to Spurs over Chalobah is jog on. It depends on if it's a loan or not. Because if it would be a loan, I don't understand where Chelsea are coming from there. Because Chalobah needs the time to develop. He needs to play football. He's not going to at Chelsea. A permanent deal, I understand, because he's good. But on a loan, I don't understand Chelsea's point of view on that one. Unless they're especially thin on the ground on centre-backs, but I don't think they are. Planet Pete, you are an absolutely spectacular person. I appreciate you. And as does Gold, evidently. Spurs want a loan, Forest want a permanent deal. Okay, from that perspective, I kind of get it. If Chelsea are wanting rid of him permanently, then I understand a little bit more where they're coming from. Because, of course, you don't want to loan someone out and then have to deal with selling them next season if they can get them gone permanently now. It's all a little bit complex. Forest even, yeah, sorry. I will No, you know what I'm going to do from now on? If someone corrects themselves in any of the comments, I'm just going to go, yeah, but you can't spell, can you? Right, let's have a quick skim at any other news. That one is a surprise. Newcastle reportedly making a move for Hugo Lloris is not what I expected to see today of all the potential moves that are going on. Cost agenda, you are massively appreciated as well. Yeah, Hugo Lloris he's not the worst goalkeeper in the world. Cheers, Git. You are welcome, Matt. Yeah. I don't understand, because Newcastle have quite a lot of goalkeepers, don't they? We got Carl Darlow because they already had 4. So I don't see why Newcastle would go for Hugo Lloris. Is Lloris not massively broken? I don't think he's broken. I just think he's old. I just think he's not the goalkeeper he used to be. I don't understand. Because, I mean, it's a nonsense signing from Newcastle, but then again, that's what they do. Okay, where are we now? Okay, I have seen a lot of stuff about potential moves at Leeds. Lloris, who would Tottenham have as number 1? They recently signed. Oh, how the hell do you pronounce his first name? I had to specifically learn this to do a video and I completely forgot. It is something Vicario. Jean something. I'll have a look. Except I have accidentally just searched J. Roy, Vicar of Dibley. Guglielmo Vicario. That's the one. That took so long to learn. Yeah, there's a reason I don't write for Spurs, and that's because sometimes I'd have to spell it Guglielmo. Yeah, I think Vicario is the long-term plan for them anyway. I don't see Lloris being the long-term option over there anymore. Just a little bit of news that I'm making sure that I properly understand. Okay, so potential move at Leeds United. Big news. Leeds United, according to BT in Denmark, are apparently chasing AZ Alkmaar's Jen Odgaard on deadline day. That could be a pretty big one. Hang on, I've just seen more words. The words are medical underway, and that is absolutely terrifying. You see, I've got a nice little community going on here. Look, Ejan, I got used to because I dedicated myself to writing Leedsy stuff. Guglielmo, not going to happen. Lewis Sinister is currently undergoing a medical at Bournemouth ahead of a loan move from Leeds. Okay, that is a pretty big bit of news that is a little bit spooky. I'm going to scroll back to find a Sinister comment pin. Unless someone wants to write a comment on Sinister to pin, because I do not currently have a banner ready for that. So Sinister to Bournemouth. The more it looks like that's happening, the more concerned I get that there isn't really that much time to get a replacement in before the deadline. It's nearly 9 o'clock. Window slam shut at 11. 2 and a bit hours? It's a little bit tough. Leeds United are among the clubs chasing AZ Alkmaar's Jens Odgaard at the same time. Oh wow, Sinister has a medical. Oh my god, it's so good to have a comment that's specifically saying that. My deepest apologies, Andrew, but we were putting those with typos as a priority. So here we are. Yeah. Jens Odgaard, I do not know anything about. I will be completely honest with you, because this is a deal that has popped up in the last day. He is the most Aryan man I have ever seen. Now I say that. That was the wrong button. Let's go back to that one. Where do you see that Sinistera one? It's a Fabrizio Romano tweet from a minute ago. You'll be here till 10:30. You are missing the final half an hour of the transfer window as a Leeds United fan. And you don't see your mistake in the reasoning here. Leeds, who, after the window closed last time, signed Willy Gnonto. It's brave. I will give you that. It is very, very brave. Okay, so Jens Odgaard, this guy, I have absolutely never heard of him. You know, I'm going to hide my bookmark bar just because it's got work stuff on it. I don't know much about this guy, to be completely honest with you. Let's check out his player profile on Transfermarkt. That seems to be all right for your less heard of players. Main position is right winger. That is a little bit spooky because that tells me that we are looking for someone to replace a winger, in addition to sometimes playing at centre forward. His numbers this season, half the time he's been in the starting 11, presumably because he might have been looking at a move. He's not scored yet this season. Let's have a look at his stats across all season, shall we? This last season, 29 appearances, 9 goals, 4 assists. That's not awful in 2,000 minutes. It's decent-ish, but it's not. To be fair, he also scored in the Conference League, so you can't take that away from him too much. He plays more as a centre forward than as a right winger throughout his various seasons of history. That bit is a little bit spooky. Last season he was more of a right winger, though. Romano wins again is a weird way of looking at this one, because I feel like Romano hasn't won on purpose. Romano who sort of stumbled into it when there wasn't an agreement between the clubs. He's sort of jumped it and gone, actually, no, there's definitely a transfer happening here, when in fact it's just not. And the fact that he's sort of overcommitted to that in the past, when he's released various sort of, like, I know from a couple of Leeds journalists when they've been given an embargo for when you can release this bit of news at this time, and Fabrizio Romano will be a bit of a git and go like a minute or two early every single time, just to seem like he's on top of the news and he's ahead of everyone, when in fact everyone already knows this. It's hard to say that he's won, because it feels like what he's done here is he's thought he's gotten ahead of the news, and he's predicted events in a fairly lucky way, if that makes sense. It's a win in the way that if you enter the lottery 1,000 times and you win with one of the tickets for 900 quid, you've won that time, but in the long term, it's not quite paid off. Cine is too good for the Championship. That's correct, honestly. That's not even a question. Sinistera shouldn't be playing in the Championship as much as I want him to. He's too good for the level. If he played in the Championship, we'd break the points record. I don't even question that. But here we are. We can always dream. Need someone to speak. Oh, come on, I've got to do some deals. Just let me know. Okay. Joe does not like Fabrizio. Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's tough, because I can completely understand why he does what he does, but it's the way he does it that doesn't super click with me, to be honest. Tapping merchant's the way to put it, to be honest. He knows enough people in enough places to get the base level of news out on time. I'm not distraught, it's fine. When Joe stop crying about Sinistera. I'm not crying about Sinistera, it's fine. I don't mind. I fully expect him to leave, but it's a conversation that, like, not liking Fabrizio Romano is a completely normal thing to do if you are a person that wants anything to do with football journalism, because, yeah. I'm just not fond of the guy. Oh, that's not good. Oh. That's not a Romano style. Here we go, is it? No. No, okay, you've just said the words. That is the wrong words to say right now. You monster. Other news, there is expected to be an announcement in an hour for Ryan Gravenberch as a new Liverpool player, with the statement being ready. Let's be honest, we already knew that Ryan Gravenberch was going to Liverpool. He's a pretty good signing. He brings their midfield count up to 4 or 5, whether you want to count Bajcetic. Right. Are we actually going in on the Luis Sinisterra eats baby pandas? Because I am happy to commit to this. I will roll in on Luis Sinisterra eating baby pandas as much as you guys want. But Arlo doesn't like Sinisterra going either. He's scared that he will be eaten by Luis Sinisterra. But if we are going to commit to Luis Sinisterra eating baby pandas, I need everyone to spam the fact that Luis Sinisterra is eating baby pandas. I don't know why baby pandas. Ask Lewis. Cine going and no time to replace him this late in the window. Surely the 49ers should have had a plan B for Sinisterra leaving. This is a joke. That's the thing. I feel like they do have a plan in place. There's been rumours in various places of a potential move to cover it, including our favourite new friend, Jen Odgaard, that we've checked. In addition to, what's his name? Ola Solbakken at Roma, who can play as a wide player or a centre forward. I don't. It's weird because I think the Sinisterra deal has moved so fast that the stuff that we likely have on the back burner is still going to come through and hasn't been reported yet. I think it's on the way in. It's just whether or not it happens. Thank you, Goals Edits. You are correct. Only 2 hours left in the window. Can't see he's getting anything done. I'd agree if we were talking from scratch, but that was a very confusing fly. But I don't think we are talking completely from scratch. I think we're talking from deals that are partway done that we're just going to sort of roll into going forwards. If you guys are able to, by the way, please drop a like on the stream. It's massively appreciated. It gets it pushed out a little bit more, which is going to make a massive difference to the channel. And subscribe if you've not yet, because something needs to make up for my incredible amount of tears surrounding Luis Sinisterra. I'm just trying to keep on top of absolutely everything. Yes, I have just called Luis Sinisterra a tapping merchant dickhead in a chat. Time to check for private jets on Flight Radar. Oh, they're definitely coming. Thank you, Craig. I massively appreciate that, because we are pushing on the way to monetization. It is going to take a while, but we're going to get there in the end. I've shared it to Twitter and so has Katie. That is massively appreciated, David. Love to see it. I have unfortunately not been able to see too much of Twitter at the minute, purely because I'm just bouncing between various forums to try and keep track of everything that's going on. But I hugely appreciate spreading it around a little bit. Do we have any more news surrounding Sinisterra or anything else? Apologies if we're talking other clubs as well. If you have any specific questions, there's a PJ tomorrow from Nice. I don't know if that helps, though. Is Mr. Joseph Howes going to join us on the stream? I think he is currently having a birthday party, if I remember right. So it'd be good, but we might have Brendan at some point shortly to discuss various bits and bobs. Sub to who? I believe me? I hope. That would be nice. But also, Goals is looking for subscribers, so got him too. Okay. Right, okay. That's something from an in the know. So something completely fresh and new from an ITK that I've just seen is Alex Crook at TalkSport, who is reasonably well connected. It's TalkSport, so big old pinch of salt, whole handful of salt. Had said that Sinisterra is currently in London having his medical for a loan. However, it is reportedly with a £25 million obligation to buy. I don't know if that would be profitable for Leeds United after the fact, but the stumbling block is apparently that Leeds want a Bournemouth player in exchange and he doesn't want to drop into the Championship. That would be a little bit complex and would add a little bit of zest to the move, I think. 1 second. Because in the event that there's that, there is a good chance that Leeds would be able to retain him using the logic that, it's hard to say. Using the logic that, well, Bournemouth didn't want the deal as we presented it, so we didn't want the deal as they were presenting it, if that makes sense. It's just that it's about getting as much value as possible for players such as Luis Sinisterra, because it's quite hard to get good value out of your players once you're relegated to the Championship. I've clicked the wrong one, but that'll do. Andrew Omabamadele, that one I can pronounce. I can't do Guglielmo, but I can do Omabamadele. Here we go, Nottingham Forest from Norwich. That is very, very good for Leeds because it weakens one of the stronger defences in the division. Same with losing Max Aarons earlier in the window to Bournemouth. Bournemouth are really just our enemies this window, aren't they? I don't know why, but they just seem to hate us. I don't get it. Because they did Iraola, first of all, as a new manager. And then they got Tyler Adams. And they got Max Aarons. And they're getting Luis Sinisterra, in theory. I'm not going to commit to saying that because we don't know that for sure. But it's going to happen, isn't it? Let us see what else has been tweeted. Because I feel like this is going to be a very, very fast-moving move, especially if Leeds are going to try and get a replacement in, which is going to be tricky considering the stage of the window that we're at and the quality of play that we're really looking for at the moment. Have a quick skim. And I'm also going to finish the hot chocolate. Very good hot chocolate. Thoughts on Mbappe to Leeds in the chat. We'd be immediately bankrupted. So I'm good, Tar. Let's not do that. That would be absolutely horrifying. It's hard keeping up with all the moves. Ooh, potential destination for Mason Greenwood. Now, I'm going to play an interesting game, and I want chat to play it with me, in which we see how long I can go without committing libel. Because it's quite hard to talk about Mason Greenwood in a positive way sometimes, all the time, because he's a Manchester United player. Breaking, Getafe are in talks to sign Mason Greenwood on loan before the deadline. Manchester United are trying to facilitate the move because time is tight. That's a weird one. I fully expected Mason Greenwood to end up in Saudi Arabia because of their perspective on Manchester United players. Yeah, that's the way I'm going to phrase that, including Cristiano Ronaldo, who is not allowed into Las Vegas for unknown reasons. If only you had a United correspondent who covered the Greenwood investigation story in full in articles. That is a very good point. Brendan, if you are able, hop in here, and would you like to discuss the whole Mason Greenwood shebang? Because Brendan also works in the legal field and is going to be very good at helping with our favourite game of Don't Get Sued by Mason Greenwood. Getafe is one that sort of surprises me. I have to be completely honest with you. I'm not going to put that one on the screen, Andrew, but just know that it's tickled me. God. Yeah, I feel like wherever Mason Greenwood goes is going to be hard to deal with. It's about whether fans where he is would accept it, and with recent events in Spain around the Spanish FA and the fact that a resignation for Rubiales hasn't been forced yet, it's understandable that that is a potential destination, sort of. That was Sam, by the way, as he'll score lots of free kicks. What, for Birmingham? I sure hope not. Is it Birmingham? No, he went to Middlesbrough. Borough, yeah, I thought it was Borough. But his move was a little bit confusing as well. It threw me a touch because he seems like the sort of player that was going to stick around for the season and maybe force his way into the first team, but that ended up not happening. It's an odd one that really needs to be dealt with. I've just learned that Joe Wainman is going live at 10 p.m, which is absolutely terrifying because the man sucks up viewers. Stop it. We're behaving. We're not doing libel. Ajax have confirmed a top left-back signing as Borna Sosa has just signed a contract. Done and sealed, exclusive news now confirmed. He is a Croatian left-back. He's quite good. Transfer fee will come to roughly €8 million. And we have Brendan available right now to discuss Mason Greenwood, I think.
Hi, Joe. Let me just mute my computer there.
I mean, that'd help.
Yourself. Yeah. So Mason Greenwood has been contacted. I believe earlier today there was interest from Italy, but at the moment it looks like you lost me. We had interest earlier in the day from Italy, but now it looks like since that window's closed, it's Getafe that are looking for Mason Greenwood. Obviously, Mason Greenwood was not allowed to return to the Manchester United squad after their internal investigation, where they decided to boldly clear him, in their view, of alleged crimes. Obviously, Mason Greenwood has not been, he has not gone to prison. He has not actually faced trial, so we're not going to make, I think, any real comment on that. But obviously, whatever club decides to go for Mason Greenwood, it will be a contentious decision. It's a difficult one to justify to fans. Obviously, whoever takes him will say, he hasn't been convicted of any crime and he's got high potential. He was one kid for England not too long ago. So yeah, I think it'll be difficult to see a deal get over the line at this late stage, but it's not impossible.
So I'm not going to make a joke that I just thought of. I'm going to behave. We've gone 2 and a bit hours, and I've not done libel yet. But
It's a
we'll
good
just
start.
say that the Manchester United investigation said no, and Mason Greenwood firmly disagreed. Let's see. I didn't do a libel. It's factual. Mason Greenwood wanted to return. It's fine. Kasper Schmeichel now being a free agent is a little bit surprising to me. Was he not a free agent before today? Did you know anything about that?
I can't tell you I did. I have not been following Kasper Schmeichel particularly closely, but I don't believe he was a free agent until today.
Okay, that is a little bit. It's a weird day to become a free agent, right?
It is, although we might have Hugo Lloris becoming a free agent in the next sort of 12 hours. Spurs look like they want to get rid of him. I don't really think he's got any suitors, especially as it's been said that they will terminate his contract if they don't have any suitors. Well, if I was a club looking for a new goalkeeper, I'm probably not going to bid for someone who might be a free agent in about 12 hours, maybe less than 12 hours, probably about 4 or 5 hours.
And then I'm assuming about half an hour after that, I'm guessing Newcastle, because there are a couple of rumours surrounding that, I think.
Yeah, there are, which seems weird to me, because I think if you wanted to leave Spurs, you weren't the first choice keeper there. Going to do get the potential for Champions League football, but realistically, only if Nick Pope gets hurt. I think Nick Pope will probably play for most of the major games. So I think another issue that they'll face is that Nick Pope's weakness is playing with the ball. And Hugo Lloris is not particularly adept with the ball at his feet. Both of them are sort of shot stoppers, and Hugo Lloris's age has maybe made him, not as good as he once was.
Goals. Not everyone is eating baby pandas. Apparently, Ali Gold has said that Lloris has turned down Newcastle, which is one that surprises me, considering I'm not sure Hugo Lloris is in that much of a position of power at the moment to make that sort of decision.
I think the big thing might be that, as far as I'm aware, he was France's number one until quite recent, still is, but he was until very recently. He was their captain as well. So you'd think game time really is probably a priority for him. I thought maybe because it's a Champions League side, maybe he considers it. Maybe he sort of hopes that Nick Pope has a bit of an accident, but not saying that he would want that, of course. But yeah, I think it makes sense in that way. He needs regular game time if he wants to still be with the France squad realistically.
And whilst we still have you, our Manchester United correspondent, we got a bit of news. Amrabat has signed his Manchester United contract.
Yes, he has. He completed his medical, I believe, about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour. So I think I've got the details of that loan deal. So it's a loan with no obligation to buy. It's an option to buy. I believe Manchester United are set to pay about 8.5 million for the loan, and the purchase option, I believe, about 21.5 million. Originally, they went to Fiorentina and offered, I think it was about 1.7 million as a loan fee with no purchase option. And the deal was to be paid in 2 installments, with a break clause in January that if United wanted to, they could cancel the deal and cancel the second payment, so that Fiorentina would only receive about, I think it was, about £850,000. I think that deal was sort of labelled as derisory, and it was rejected, I think, within about 30 minutes. I think that happened on Wednesday night, if I'm correct. It was reported by James Horncastle of The Athletic.
Okay. Is this Manchester United being sensible, or is this Manchester United being broke under FFP? Because there's been reports that they've not got very much wiggle room at all.
Yeah, they don't. A big issue for them is that they're quite near their FFP roof, I should say. And essentially, if the owners won't put in a few £1 million of equity, I believe it's something around 15 to 20 million, it lowers the cap of what they can spend or what their allowed loss is. I believe it lowers it by about 90 million. So without Donny van der Beek going the other way, which I believe they hoped to happen quite a lot earlier this window, and they wanted to go permanently. Without that happening, it's a bit difficult for them to pay up. I do think it's sensible, as in the target. I mean, Sofiane Amrabat matches what they need perfectly. He's a great multi-range passer. I think people will remember him from that World Cup run with Morocco, where he helped them get to the World Cup semi-finals, first African nation to ever do that. And he was just sort of known for being everywhere, bit of a workhorse. He did the same thing in the Europa Conference League final time. But actually, I think something that goes under the radar is actually he's quite a strong passer of the ball, and he's quite good in transition. He's not actually a sort of defensive midfielder that I think he has a bit of a reputation of being. It's not a correct one. He's more of a number 8. He would sort of play, you'd imagine, in a double pivot alongside Casemiro. But Eric Ten Hag recently has sort of decided that he thinks Casemiro can play alone in that role. I think he may have learned his lesson from the first few games of the season, though.
Yeah. I think it's frustratingly Leedsy that we were in for Amrabat in January and it ended up not happening. But there we go.
Yeah, well, I believe you were in for Josko Vardiol only a few years ago, and of course Haaland not too long before that.
Yeah, there's quite a long list actually. Yeah, there's who else? I'm sure chat will let me know of various players that we've made bids for. Gakpo, we
yeah.
nearly had on the plane. We booked the private jet for him, and he ended up not getting on it.
Strong scouts, but not necessarily a strong director of football, maybe, or strong recruitment team in general.
Why is it when it comes to Victor Orta that I come as close as possible to doing a libel after the conversations that we've had so far?
I'll leave that with you.
Yeah. Right. So I'm just going to very, very quickly check something. Right. I am going to see if Matt can hop in just to discuss Spurs for a few minutes whilst we have a little bit of a lull in the Luis Sinisterra depression party. We've not lost him yet, but we'll find out. Hold on. Before you go, we have a question for you again. Brandon, is there any potential City activity before the window closes?
I would say the biggest thing that we had earlier today was that, in the last few days, there's been talks that we could still consider another attacking midfielder. I think that was sort of suggested to maybe be Eze from Crystal Palace. That looks really unlikely. I mean, it was unlikely a few weeks ago just because of how late in the transfer window it was then, and the fact that Palace would need replacements. It would probably cost around about £80 million. So I think that's unlikely, I'm afraid. Nothing major, maybe some youth players in and out. The other thing that had been discussed was, Calvin Phillips' future is a bit questionable, but I think the players have sort of been said that he wants to stay. He wants to fight for his place. He had interest from from West Ham, I should say, when Manchester City were looking at purchasing Lucas Paqueta. That deal obviously fell off, and he reportedly told the club that he wanted to stay anyway. Some insiders have said that City have said if you want to go, you can go, whether that's a loan or a permanent deal. But I think when you look at his wages, I believe he's on £150,000 a week. Any sort of club that would take him would probably be a little bit desperate, and they probably don't have the money. Two clubs that maybe come to mind: Everton. Everton could desperately do with a player like Calvin Phillips, especially if they didn't have to pay a purchase fee. But the wages, I think, would make that quite unlikely. They're in massive financial trouble. Fulham was maybe the other one, but obviously they had a deal to send João Palhinha to Bayern Munich. That didn't happen. Fulham couldn't identify a replacement. They looked for McTominay. They looked for Højbjerg. They couldn't get anything done there. I think those two were really the priority. They've played football much more recently than Calvin Phillips, if we're being quite honest.
Yeah. Right. In that case, never mind. I thought I'd seen a thing about Getafe actually getting Greenwood on loan, but it doesn't look like that has been properly confirmed quite yet. So we will cover that one when we get to it and avoid any potential legal issues in the meantime. I will let you get back to trying to wrangle all of the news and all of the writers. Just make sure that Josh doesn't get past 18. I want that record. And yeah, we'll be good. If Josh is watching this, by the way, drop a message in the chat. Say hi. So I know that I can distract you. Anyway, in a minute, we will be adding Matt Jarvis to the conversation, who is our Spurs writer. And Spurs are looking a little bit very funny at the moment because they just sort of, they still don't have any forwards, which is weird to me. They've got Son, got Kulusevski, got Richarlison, who I think I had an argument with someone in the comments about this, isn't a centre forward. He's just not. Joe, I'm closing you out the number. I know you are, and that's the problem. I liked that record. Cine, I can't. He's not gone yet. He's just probably gone, I think. Who's the most loyal Leeds player in your opinion? When I see Matt turn his camera on, by the way, I'm going to whack him in, so we'll see how that goes. I want to say Cooper. Because he stuck around when he could have made a couple of moves, could have gone to Saudi Arabia, that sort of stuff, and he decided not to. Not sure on Pascal. We also have João Felix confirmed, or conferred. But I feel like that was on purpose because we know that we are putting various typoed messages in the pinned comments at the moment. Elias Chair is going to stay at QPR. Leicester were keen but needed outgoings. Leeds emerged too late and are prepared to meet the £6 million asking price. QPR were always reluctant to sell and they ended up sticking to their guns given how late the deal was and didn't have a chance to find a replacement. So that's Leeds United potentially making a move for Elias Chair. Didn't happen. And here we are. That would have been quite nice. It would have been good to have an actual number 10 in, but here we are without one. It says camera is on. Yeah, it's not quite coming through yet, Matt, but I am happy to work around it. He's just left and will rejoin momentarily. So. Stream. Why are there fireworks outside? It's very weird. Anyway. Gonna have a very quick skim of the news, see if there's anything completely brand new and fresh to keep an eye on. I've seen someone say that Helder Costa stays. That is something that I absolutely hope doesn't happen. I feel like he might just be replaced. His contract, I feel, would most likely just be burned before we kept Helder Costa. What else is going on there? It's interesting to note, though, that Daniel Farke in his press conference earlier said that we will stay awake until the final seconds of the window. If I could sign Roberto Carlos in his prime, I'd be open to it, but we've got Firpo and Byram. I hope both will be back by the end of the international break. That isn't the most confidence-inspiring thing when it comes to signing a left-back. You've got to kind of desperately hope that we end up with one, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. Suddenly all the hipsters are Wrexham fans. Yeah, it's... Not over here. I think over in the UK, everyone has kept supporting their side and just sort of gone, oh, that's a bit weird, and just watched in Bazaar or something. Right, get the right Twitter account open. Not X. I'm never calling it X. Anyone that calls it X has just lost their mind. Oh, that's a little bit mean. B Spurs 28. How dare you? We do that enough ourselves. We have never performed in any way that makes any sense. That is... Okay. Hugo Ekitike, who reportedly was flying into London, has now said that he will stay at PSG this season, in spite of interest from West Ham and Crystal Palace. The issue was both of the sides offered PSG a loan. PSG, being PSG, preferred the idea of a permanent sale. So here we are with not a permanent sale. That's not too bad for PSG, I suppose. They get to keep a fairly good player. The main issue is West Ham and Crystal Palace could have dived in a little bit harder, ended up not doing it. Here we are. It's not quite added up for them. Right, I'm going to get logged in to the right account and quickly skim through. Oh, it turns out it's a firework competition outside. That is a really good day to do that when I'm doing a live stream. So if there's especially loud bangs, it's not Blackpool's rampant gun crime. This time, probably. Maybe. There'll be one quick moment. I've just got to check something. That is the wrong live stream. That is the right live stream. There we go. Bosh, bosh. Whack that there. Okay. We also have another move from West Ham, weirdly, to Manchester City, in which they have secured Jamal Baptiste. I don't quite know where Jamal Baptiste plays. I don't know his style. He's something that I don't 100% know. Gandalf going to win the competition. It went from it isn't to it might be to it's not. We'll never know. It could be anything. Okay, I'm just going to quickly remove that. Ping that in there. Wash, wash, wash. Ping something in a chat. Just quick shout out to Brendan for popping up. Thanks for listening, everyone. Apologies for fiddling with my glasses. Specsavers did a terrible job. I would posit that Specsavers did a fantastic job. It was your eyes that were broken, which feels wrong to say when I put it in context, but I'm going to roll with it. It's fine. Liverpool have rejected a £150 million bid for Salah. That is absolutely madness. But I completely understand where they're coming from. They don't have a second right winger. They can't really afford to. Baptiste is a centre-back, suffered Guillain-Barré disease last season and wanted to run down his contract for a new start. That sounds like a weird purchase for Manchester City. I feel like we need to invite Jimmy Carr to the show. Excuse me, we do not do tax evasion here. We do gentle tax avoidance. Where is that the legal one? I don't know. Either way, he did the legal one, so it's fine. There we go. Just had to send a message to someone. Libel. I didn't do a libel. I've specifically said that he didn't do the illegal one. The thing is that I think they can still get basically the same money out selling Salah to Saudi next summer as the biggest Arab star in all of football. They will want him. Yeah, that's true. One ongoing trend that a lot of people noticed when it came to the Saudi news was that they were specifically targeting players that were sort of past their prime and would fit into the culture fairly easily. For example, you had a lot of Muslim players such as Koulibaly, Ziyech, Edouard Mendy, purely because it makes molding into Saudi Arabia a lot easier, whereas I imagine someone like Jordan Henderson isn't having the easiest time of things. Let's have a quick look. Free deal, big potential with a side risk of nerve damage. The good thing about nerve damage, right, is the nerve damage is the bit that feels the pain. If your nerves are damaged, then you're basically immortal, is the way I'm going to look at it. It's absolutely not true and should not be taken as medical advice. But I'm going to roll with it. Jamal Baptiste is immortal, is the way I'm going to phrase that. and I will be taking no questions on the subject. However, I will be taking questions on all of the rest of deadline day. I am more than happy to discuss any of the deals that are going on at the moment. The signing youngsters like Gabriel Vega, that was really confusing. One thing I noted is that you spelled his name wrong on purpose, so I'd pin it. We both know this. Nerve damage, so I won't be nervous before a derby is another excellent point. One second, I'm getting lots of messages. Gabriel Vega had a lot of interest from the likes of Liverpool, I think Chelsea at one point as well. Ended up going to Saudi Arabia. The general expectation is that he did it because payday, rather than because that's where he wants to play, which I sort of understand because that's life-changing money, especially for someone that's a footballer, but it's not something that I would choose to do if I was a footballer. What do you mean, where's the chat? It should... FIFA listed the Saudi transfer deadline as the 20th of September, but the league website says 7th. What I think that is I think there is a rule in Saudi Arabia where they've registered with FIFA that they can have it on the 20th, but the league, that will be a Saudi FA rule. And the league itself, which I think is a separate entity, has agreed with the teams that it would be the 7th. Can't be 100% sure that that's the way it is, but that is roughly a trend that I've seemed to notice. For example, UEFA said that the deadline can be at 12 midnight European time, hence 11 p.m. here. But Germany go early, Italy go early, just because it's a little bit easier for them to do. Bella Kotchap to PSV is one that I didn't hugely expect, to be honest. Didn't quite see that one coming. Oh, hello, James Tippins. Didn't quite... I don't know whether I engage with this one. I don't know whether I touch that. He's an Arsenal fan. He's coming to Jesus to be saved. No, because if you are saved whilst Jesus, you've not scored a goal, which is a pretty big problem. Scariest thing about Saudi is how they took over golf, giving money to players first, getting them on the Live Tour, and then bullying the PGA with money too. It was clever. It was annoyingly clever because they've basically bought a sport, and it is smart of them in a weird but sort of scary way. I don't know. Be gone. Wasn't he close to joining Bayern? Who are we talking at this point? Bella Kotchap, I believe. Super League 2026 Saudi backed. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. That seems like it's something that would absolutely 100% happen. But then again, I think UEFA holding out makes sense because they don't want to lose their dominance over football in general, which I completely understand. Bella Kotchap was rumoured to Bayern. That makes sense. Xavi Simons went back to PSG, and then RB Leipzig. That was earlier in the window, I believe. And we now have a working camera. Here we go. So I am going to add Matt Jarvis and discuss what's been going on with Spurs throughout the window so far, because I think they've got some pretty fundamental problems. So, hello.
Hello. Yes, made it eventually.
In the end, yeah. So with Spurs, I've seen that there is potential to sign Brennan Johnson at the moment. It's been very quiet, though. So what have you been noticing whilst I've been stuck talking to James Tippins about coming to Jesus and being saved?
Still waiting for that Brennan Johnson one to sort of, go on the website, but it's very Tottenham when they do things in the transfer window. They'll leave it as late as possible. So I wouldn't even be surprised if that is right on the button or slightly after. Wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, other than that, obviously we did a lot of business early. Maddison coming in, great signing for 40 million. When you consider we're talking about Johnson at 45 million, but I suppose being relegated, that would have had some impact. But even so, that's football, isn't it? Van der Ven looks like a smart signing at the back, certainly. And Saru, obviously, we bought previously, who's come in and looks good in there with Basuma. But yeah, you still got to kind of look at. I think underhand, it's going to be a case of not one person's going to sort of replace Kane's goals. It's going to be a case of getting them from all over the pitch, which is no bad thing. And we've seen it sort of in the first few games. But with all due respect to the opposition, I suppose Man United aside, who were pretty poor on the day. We decent result against Brentford, Bournemouth. We played really well there. But I think we saw with the Fulham game. That if you're going to make wholesale changes, nine player, that kind of shows you that Tottenham have still got that huge problem of the strength in depth. If they get injuries, he made all those changes, and it was a bit disappointing, really. No European football this season. I would have liked to have seen him go in reverse and play the players at the beginning, get the job done, and then make changes and bring the others on. That's still a massive concern. And I don't think someone like Maddison gets injured. I look at, okay, we've got Benton Kerr to come back, which is good, but you've still got to have a concern when you're selling, your best players of all time, your top goal scorer. You got to remember in the league last season, he scored 32 goals in probably one of the worst Spurs teams I've seen in the last sort of 4 or 5 years since Pochettino left, really. We had some good team then, but we finished in 8th and he scored 32 goals. That is absolutely crazy. And I know people will always say, "Oh, I don't like to say, well, what if he hadn't have been there?" But I mean, if you took those goals away last season, I mean, Tottenham would have been close to being a Championship club, never mind being in the Premier League. You look at the points that those goals got for Spurs. That's you can't ignore that. I agree with what you said earlier. I think the best signing we've made is without doubt, Ant Postecoglou. I wasn't certain about that at the beginning. I have to say, I did look at it thinking, but he seems like a bit of an old-fashioned manager. A bit, he's not going to stand for any nonsense. We've seen that with players coming off. Richarlison's thrown his drop. He's not going to sort of bow to that, which is good. And he does play an attacking style of football. Although it does terrify me to death watching Spurs try and pass out from the back, because I think if they come up against someone like Man City, that could be a
problem.
That could go wrong very, very quickly. But we shall see. But yeah, Brennan Johnson's a strange one. 45, 50 million if that one comes off. I just look at, you've got Son, you've got Richarlison, and I agree with you. I'd probably, if anything, I'd rather see him go out and play on the wing, to be honest with you. Solomon, who, when he's come on in the couple of games, he's got some decent skill, and we saw some of the goals he got for Fulham last season, so I don't think he's sort of a bad signing. But yeah, I just look at Johnson. I think, is he going to go into that team? Where's he going to play? Where's he going to change round being? It's a lot of money, but we shall see. He'll certainly be hoping that he's not going to be another Jed Spence, because we saw what happened with him going.
Yeah, he's to a much bigger club.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely, 100%. I knew you were going to say that. I walked into that like a really big, obvious door. Yeah, I should have gone to Specsavers. So yeah, I don't think we've done bad business. I still see my concern is players like Dyer still being there. And some of these players that we should have moved on maybe 2 or 3 years ago, to be honest, after the Champions League defeat, that was the time, and we all know about that. And we still don't seem to have quite progressed from there. But, I like the way that Ange plays. I like the players that he has brought in, but I still think, Kane going so close to the window and not really bringing anybody in that you can see, Son doesn't look like he's going to get, he only scraped into double figures last season. I can't see him getting the way he's played at the moment. He's captain, but I don't think he's been great in the first few games, particularly. Kulusevski is a little bit obvious. So, I think we'll play some good football and we might have our Tottenham back as some of the fans say. But looking at the side of that, if we get top 6, I'd probably say I'd have to be happy with that at the start. But whether we can do that, I don't know.
So we've had a quick update that I've just spotted, and it is Brennan Johnson's medical at Spurs has been completed, I think, which means that he's about to join. That sort of links in with a question that we've got from the chat, which is, do you think Richarlison is good enough to lead the line for an entire season? Because I've approached it from the opinion of he's not a number 9. He's a left winger that plays as an inside forward rather than a number 9, which means that when you've gotten rid of Harry Kane and you've not brought in a centre forward, you've sort of got a fundamental issue in the squad, right?
To answer the question, do I think he's good enough? No. I didn't think he was a good signing when we signed him. I saw it, and I know he scored shortly after signing. He scored in a couple of sort of incredible goals, fancy goals for Brazil, and that's what he does. He does do that. He's a show pony, and we know that he can flick the ball up and do keepy ups, and cause people to come in and kick him. But he goes down very easily for a big lad. If people used to sometimes say they thought Kane went down easy, well, Richarlison, he goes down too easily. I just don't think. He got a goal the other night. I just can't see it, to be honest with you. I think he's, the Everton fans liked him. He's that kind of uncultured player, if you like, that kind of big number 9 that kind of Everton have always liked. I kind of understand that. And yes, he has played up front for Brazil, but no, there's absolutely no way he can lead the line for the season. I'd be tempted to move Son into the middle. If you're going to have Johnson, maybe put him out wide or do a bit of moving around. But no, I just think he was a bad signing at the time. And I think he's a bad signing now. And I can't even see him getting into double figures, to be honest with you. I just don't think. I just don't think his movement off the ball is particularly clever. He does it for Brazil, but I think the thing is that when he's playing for Brazil in those tournaments, what you've also got to look at is that he's playing where there's not a lot of pressure on the ball quite often. There's a lot more space, and so I hope I'm wrong. I hope he proves me wrong, but I just can't see it.
Yeah. One last bit, a little bit of news on. I'm going to try and quickly find it. Nice having made an offer for Hugo Lloris. He's basically done at Tottenham, isn't he?
Yeah. He's done. And I think it's a little bit sad the way it's kind of come about and sort of the way it's ended for him, because in the last couple of seasons he has made some mistakes, but I also look at the amount of points over this season that he saved for Tottenham. He's been a loyal servant. He could have gone many times before. He's a World Cup winner. He could have gone, but he stayed. He's been captain, and I think it's a bit of a shame. I kind of hope that they get a move through for him, and he goes on that terms rather than the talk of the mutual consent, termination of contract. Because I think that'd be a shame. And if reports are to be believed about the way that Daniel Levy and Tottenham dealt with Kane leaving and sort of not allowing him anywhere near the training ground or to even collect his belongings, I just think it's not a great way to treat players that have been there a long time, done a really fantastic job over the period. So, I just hope with Lloris, I kind of hope that, get a deal over the line for him. And it's not even about getting the money in. I just think for him to move and at least have that kind of goodbye rather than, I think leaving by mutual consent for a player who's been there that long. I just think it'd be a sad way for it to end.
Yeah. Right. Are there any other Spurs stories that I have missed out on other than Dyer potentially moving but also not moving and Højbjerg being in the same sort of spot?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Nothing that I've more that I've seen coming unless I've missed it. Yeah, it looks like Dyer in particular is kind of, he wants to see his contract out. He doesn't want to, he doesn't seem bothered in any loan deals. Tottenham, we're wanting to sell, which is understandable. I think it's a bit of a shame when players get to that point of within the last year of the contract and just want to play it out. Because I mean, he's clearly not going to play for Spurs. I mean, okay, the first couple of games in the league or first 3 games, if he's not going to play in those, okay, understand it. But if he's not even going to make the squad for a game against Fulham in the League Cup, then I mean, you're not going to play unless there's going to be a ridiculous number of injuries, which isn't impossible with Spurs players because they do tend to get injured quite frequently. But yeah, I think he's going to stay. Højbjerg, to be fair to him, the other day when he came on, I think it was the not the Man United game, but the game after the Bournemouth game. He actually looked like he was buying into the Postecoglou style of play, because actually when he got the ball, he was actually moving it forwards, which is pretty rare from him, as Ben would obviously attest to. He does like to go backwards, but he's got it within him to go forward with the player. And I think some of these Spurs players have got to get over the kind of, particularly the Conte period of, it was just such a negative style of football. It was, don't run with it, don't move with it, just kind of play it backwards and keep hold of the ball. So, but as I say, just going back to your point earlier, I think, as you've rightly said, the biggest signing for Spurs this year is definitely the manager. But bearing in mind that he's the 5th manager we've had start the last few seasons. It'll only take a few bad results, and not from the Spurs fans, I have to say. I don't think the pressure will be on, but it was clear at Fulham the other night that there's a lot of, there was a lot of leave it out chants that are still there, and a couple of bad results, and it'll not take long to turn. So he's going to feel the pressure very quickly, and particularly considering that he hasn't got Europe. So there's kind of no excuses really for a lot of things this season, because he's got a lot less games to play than everybody else, and I think that's going to make it very interesting. But if it's good enough for Robbie Williams, then it's got to be good enough for us Spurs fans. We'll see.
We will find out. I think Spurs finish top 4 this season, but it's hard to say. Anyway, I am going to hop back to various bits of Leedsy news because I've just seen what I think is a pretty big update. So I am quickly going to ask, any more points for Spurs, or?
Well, 3 points tomorrow would be absolutely fine, but no more points.
Fair enough.
Cheers,
right,
mate.
Talk to you later.
See you later. Bye.
Right, so thing that I have just seen is that reportedly, I have completely lost it. Spurs like to sign players that have been relegated. I mean, it's a good point. It works for them. Yeah, reportedly, Leeds are looking at planning for a non-Sinistera having future, which is a little bit not good for the club at the moment. It's still been incredibly quiet, though. We've not had any news for a little while from official sources. It's all sort of bouncing off various in-the-know Twitter accounts and that sort of thing. So it's quite hard to keep track of. The rest of the transfer deals are looking a little bit on the slow side. Leeds moving for Solback and hasn't moved for a little while. Ryan Gravenberch has now been officially announced at Liverpool, which is quite interesting because they should have really done that one earlier in the window. They waited a little bit too long. Quite low on players, to be honest. Every time I switch to the wrong tab, I start seeing this guy's face again. And it's absolutely terrifying. If we do sign Odegaard, I deeply apologise, but you're just a little bit scary. Yeah, he's still that fun combo between winger and centre forward. Not quite a Lewis Sinistera type, but similar sort of slot. Griffin Birch signed by Liverpool. He has been indeed. Before things get a little bit bonkers in the last hour and a bit, as I'm sure they're going to, because it's deadline day and it's never nice and simple and sensible, I am going to suggest that people like the stream. Liking the stream means it gets pushed out to more people, means more viewers, means more discussion in the chat, means that we learn a lot more. Comment if you can, ask any questions that you've got. Again, it pushes it forwards. I might ask you to fight against each other. I might ask what Luis Sinistera eats. I'm sure Goals Edits would be able to tell you. And subscribe. Subscribing is what makes a massive difference to the channel. We need, at the moment, something like 1,800 watch hours or something like that. And another, I'm going to quickly refresh just to find out, to get the number right. 297 subscribers, which is not that far to monetization. If we can get that done soon, I can do this a lot more often, and we can keep on building. It's fun. There we go. No, Sinistera doesn't eat babies. Sinistera eats baby pandas. I forgot about that bit. Good to see that you are fighting amongst each other. That is precisely what I asked for. I'm going to hide that one now, I think. Where are we? Matt, who was just on a minute ago, says, apologies if we heard the dog barking in the background. I didn't hear a dog, but if you heard a dog, my deepest apologies. I've been quite lucky. I've not heard Arlo bark all stream so far, and that's frankly a miracle, because his favourite thing is just losing his tiny mind all the time. Amrabat announcement we've gone through. Ekatike. Apparently Crystal Palace is still working on Ekatike, despite the fact that I've been told that there's nothing there. I did think there was a little bit more. How does it feel to get out of editing / controlling stories? I feel like I'm not getting out of anything here. Considering that the payoff is talk on camera for 5 hours versus stop Shreyansh from catching up to my record of writing articles. I feel like I've not won anything here. I feel like I've ultimately lost. João Cancelo has been signed by Barcelona. We took a look at that one earlier. We talked about the two Joãos, the Felix and the Cancelo. I think they were both officially announced at the time, but cushy job. Okay, Specsavers. For context, he said in the thing that Specsavers did his frames wrong, and that's why he was fiddling with them. I wasn't just being mean. My voice has started to go a little bit funny, so I'm just going to have a drink. I told you guys to remind me to stay hydrated, and you haven't once. You've let me down. Former Fulham owner Mohammed Al Fayed has passed away. That is a reference that I do not understand. So to stay libel-free and aligned with... Thanks. And aligned with our favourite legal expert, Brendan, I'm not going to touch that one. In the same... I'm not going to make a joke about Greenwood. Can't believe someone with ADHD would be ableist about your vision. I'm not. I wouldn't. Cinny's baby Tyler Adams, still not quite there, but almost. And apparently Drink Prime. I think I'm meant to be working the KSI event next month. That's going to be good fun. That's just going to be a bunch of Sidemen subscribers shouting in a live chat. It's going to be mental. Luton have scored. Is my 2-1 going to be accurate? Please, please let my 2-1 be accurate. Hang on. I'm going to pull it up in the background. Let's have a quick look. Oh no, I said 3-1, didn't I? I need another West Ham goal. Is that Luton's first ever Premier League goal? Can I have a quick look at the table? Who scored? Because if it was that guy that was with them from non-league, that's going to be a banging story. A second of a Premier League goal. Who scored their first? They've scored this season? Let's have a look. And Panzu just came on for Ross Barkley. Anderson, but I don't know who that is. No, I've got no idea who any of those players are. The ex-Fulham owner has died. Ooh, not ideal. In that case, rest in peace, I think. It's always hard to say because I don't know if anything bad has occurred, but let's quickly check if there is anything going on. Forest signing just dropped from Norwich, Omar Bamadele. We covered that initial report, I think. And it's a pretty decent signing for them. He's a fairly young centre-back. He fills the homegrown quota. He's good enough, I think, as a signing. Leeds United say nothing is happening at present, according to Graham Smith. But then again, I feel like Leeds are going to say that no matter what. He's probably riddled with libel potential. Undoubtedly. No, wait, very doubtedly, because undoubtedly is also libelous. I'm not touching it. Done. Alvaro Odriozola has joined Real Sociedad from Real Madrid. That one takes me by surprise. I think a couple of days ago, Real Madrid said that they were done with their transfer business for the window. That started as my throat hurting and it turned into a yawn, which I really didn't see coming. Ow. I think Amrabat has now officially been announced, maybe? Okay. So the Amrabat move now has a little bit more detail to it. It's an initial €10 million loan fee with a further €20 million option to buy, plus another €5 million in add-ons. That is €35 million for Sofian Amrabat, and that feels a little bit insane. Those numbers are a touch too big for my liking, and I don't know why. Right, okay. That should have helped because my throat has started to go, which is good. I should not have recorded as many things earlier as I did. Adult Hilda Costa, that's why we haven't seen him. Maybe, I mean, as far as I know, he's not even trained with the side at the moment, which throws me a little bit. I feel like Helder Costa has had so many opportunities to force a move so far, and it's just not happened yet. I don't understand why. It'll come in the end, I think. Just going to take another quick look to see if we've got any more news on Luis Sinisterra, because I think that's the big deal to keep an eye on. Everyone seems absolutely livid at some random person in this thread, and I don't understand why. But we'll just roll with it. It's fine. Everyone is furious. It happens. He wants to fight for the spot. If that is real, then Helder Costa has lost his mind more than I thought Helder Costa had lost his mind. He's firmly not good enough for Leeds at the moment, I don't think. There's a good player there. That's fine. But he's not got what he needs, I think. Apparently, the Manchester United Director of Football, John Murtough, has taken over the negotiations for Greenwood moving to Getafe. That one feels a little bit difficult. Maybe it's because it's a hard move to agree, because it's just incredibly tricky. It's easy to see why you'd need to persuade a club to sign Mason Greenwood in the nicest way possible. What is the best Premier League travelling fan base? I'm incredibly biased. It's Leeds United. I don't remember a single time we've not sold out an away allocation. It's not in the Premier League, is it? Shit. I don't know. I think as far as I've heard, Palace have a fairly good travelling base. I'm not going to cover any of the European teams because, no. European football is basically cheating because a lot of your fans might just not have to travel. It's fine. Quick check of some of the news. Okay, the key sticking point on the Mason Greenwood deal. I'm not going to touch that one. You know I want to pin that comment. I'm not going to touch it. The main issue with the Mason Greenwood move is reportedly that his wages are incredibly high and Getafe are trying to reach an agreement with Manchester United. If they're able to do that, then fair play to them. I say that, but I don't expect him to get a move is the weird thing. He might do, and I can see why a struggling club like Getafe might, but it sort of says something about the structure of a club and the mentality of various members of the executive board and stuff like that when you're considering bringing in a player that was accused of what he was accused of. Hello. Thank you. I think Kayla might have heard my voice going and has very kindly brought some water. I love you, Pudding. So I'm going to have a lot to drink. I'm not going to answer that comment again for obvious reasons. Right. Okay. There is more conversation going on about the potential move of Chalobah to Chelsea. That one I can see maybe happening now because it seems to be building a little bit of speed. It's got something going on. Your 2-1 prediction came true. I did say that there wasn't a prize. Did I say there wasn't a prize, or was the prize just me saying, well done, you nailed it? Because well done, you nailed it. Fair enough. I can see the point that Goals is making in that you would just retire because it's a lot easier for you, to be honest. There's no point if you are in a position where a lot of clubs just don't want to sign you and a lot of fans don't want to cheer for you. It's almost impossible to find your way to a football club that doesn't actively despise you if you're in Mason Greenwood's position. And retiring with the amount of money that he's got is easy enough. You could just have a quiet life, but if you want to play football, then fine, I suppose. Just to remind again, as we go into the last hour of the transfer window, like the video, it helps push it out to more and more people, and that is even better for the channel for pushing towards monetization. Subscribe if you can. If you haven't already, it's massively appreciated because we're pushing towards some pretty hefty targets, but we're getting there. And just keep spamming in the comments. Not spamming, but you know what I mean, getting involved. Asking any question you've got, no matter how basic they are. I know there's a few people in the chat right now that have very little football knowledge, but that's completely fine. We are looking to be a very, very friendly, happy community that supports each other, and just if you've got any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I'm going to have another quick look over to see if we have any more news. What gives Spurs the right? Hold on, just quickly. Andrew, you... wrong one. You say, ouch, I've legitimately put this link to various chats I'm in with people that just don't watch football. So it's fair enough to go for it. Joe just destroyed someone and they don't even know it's them. They do know it's them. It's very specific people, including Kayla, who just dropped me off some water, although Kayla watches a fair bit of football, so I imagine she doesn't have many questions. Unless you do, in which case, put it below. Much appreciated. What gives Spurs the right? I don't know. There's always, in a society, there is always value in having comedy. And I think as long as we have Spurs to laugh at, we can all pull together and be happy. It's the best I can think of. If Everton can go down, could they be in huge financial trouble as well due to the new stadium, which is rumoured to be behind on payments already? They are already colossally failing financial fair play, according to lots and lots and lots of different reports and stuff. I just got here. It seems a little bit miserable what's occurring. What's occurring is transfer deadline day. I have been up since something like 7 in the morning. I have had long interviewing. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to go all the way to the end. And Luis Sinisterra is likely going to Bournemouth. That is still not confirmed. I'm still keeping my eye out for absolutely everything because I want to be on this as soon as possible so I know whether I'm going to be depressed or not. Best way I can put it. Yeah, Everton will be in massive financial trouble if they go down. They would need to bounce right back up, but I don't know if they have the finances at the moment to do that. I don't know if they've got the quality to do that. Everton going down would be very funny. I really want to see it. Okay, having a very quick skim. I can't see anything further about Luis Sinisterra just yet. Am I only looking at lead signings, ingoings, and outgoings? No, I'm going for basically everything. I'm looking across the football world. I'm personally looking at a fair bit of Leeds United stuff, being a Leeds fan, but I'm covering absolutely everything as it pops up. It's just Leeds are being especially active at the moment, so it's something that I'm also looking at. I'm going to pop back a little bit further. Somehow Barry's getting fired for this. If you want an excuse, Barry is the one that hired me. I decided to make the channel, and the channel led to the stream, which led to that joke about Spurs. Fire Barry. It is confirmed that Sinisterra eats baby pandas. I've been reading a lot about Everton's finances. It's very, very, very bad, but also even worse than that. It's worse than very, very, very bad, which it feels weird to have been relegated behind. Remind me on something to tell if I told you already. You have not told me. You could just ping me in a DM if you like, because there have been lots of DMs I've received from various people that I have kept stum so far, because it all seems to be Sinisterra isn't doing anything yet. Sorry, Kayla just dropped a comment there. I'm a Birmingham City supporter. We did all our business very early, 13 new signings. Look, that sounds like a football club that makes sense, that knows what it's doing. Can I tell you about Leeds United? Because we've got no idea what's going on any of the time. Earlier on today, Luis Sinisterra said he'd stay, and then he ended up not. Or maybe not. Or we don't know. It's all chaos. I will forever dislike Birmingham. This is something that I sort of want to get into. Why do you dislike Birmingham? It's very, very odd. Yeah, hopping back on the Everton finances stuff. They've had no money for the past 2 seasons. I'm a little bit annoyed at Fulham for buying Alex Iwobi, but come to think of it, that doesn't even give them a war chest to buy new players with, because they're just trying to fill a massive, unending FFP hole, which does sound a little bit like something that shouldn't be mentioned on a YouTube stream. Yeah, they won't be able to sign anyone, I don't think. If they do, then I'm not going to be the happiest. Okay. Probably a Villa fan. He's not a Villa fan. He's an Arsenal fan, which I don't understand the 2014 reference, but I'm sure it's important to Arsenal, who are feeling incredibly petty. But Arsenal always do that, to be fair. You see, I've annoyed Spurs and I've annoyed Arsenal now. It's completely fair. I am an equal opportunity, not liking London clubs kind of guy. I like Leeds Proper Football Club and like Villa or Charlie Brown Football Club. Why is a Birmingham fan getting me to like Birmingham? That's just, it's not on. Okay. So, Bournemouth are reportedly still trying to get Sinisterra done, but Patson Daka is now looking unlikely. That is a little bit on the scary side. Ian Matson and Mark Cucurella are busting at Chelsea. Ian Matson agreed a deal for a Burnley move, didn't he? £31.5 million, I think he was going to Burnley. Mark Cucurella I can see staying. I could only see one of those two going. Who's there? If it's Luis Sinisterra eating baby pandas, I'm not going to be the happiest. Yeah. Bournemouth trying to get Sinisterra done still, but Patson Daka looking unlikely is unsurprising because it feels like Leicester are just better at holding out than we are. Oh. Okay. That's changed at the last minute. Why is Ian Matson now staying? I swear he was going to Burnley. Look, they have too many left backs now, don't they? They've got 3. Matson's not getting minutes. I don't understand, but it's fine. Just another deal. It is okay. Everything is absolutely chaos at the moment. I'm just trying to. There's the answer to knock knock. Who's there? I want Cine to stay. I'd rather we didn't lose him. But this entire thing is just, it's hard to keep track of. Okay. 1 second, there might have been a new something. Grove. Is there a scramble? Okay, I'm getting a little bit confused because I had seen a link that said something a little bit odd. Late swoop for White Star at medical. Okay, never mind. I thought there was a side that was swooping for Sinisterra that wasn't Bournemouth, but go for it. Yeah, I like that idea. That works. Everyone in this chat should send the stream to 10 football fans they know and personally ask them to subscribe. That would get us to 1,000 immediately, I think, off the top of my head. So that is your challenge. Spread the stream around, get people to subscribe to it. Mike, I know full well that you know a lot of people that are interested in various sports, not just football. And I know full well that you have admin powers in Discords where you can basically say, subscribe to the thing. This is on you now. You have far more than 10. I've sent to a lot. Thank you, Matt. Very nice. Let's have a look. Who is Alvaro Fernandez from Last Word on Sport article? He is a left back at Manchester United. He is a fairly reasonably good one, but he's young. And the fact they've brought Reguilon in means that they don't really need to keep him around. He can develop elsewhere. Mike has said he will do what he can, and that is massively appreciated. The more people that are checking out the stream, the more subscribers we get, the better. The more we keep on rolling. I'm a little bit bored, so oh, that's just harsh, JMF. Unnecessary. Spurs about to officially announce Brennan Johnson is one that has taken me a little bit of surprise, to be honest with you. Because I thought the amount of time it's taking and how quiet it's been, I thought it just wasn't going to happen at this point. 40-odd million pounds, though, is a bonkers amount for a player that doesn't really score many goals when they need a number 9. But if that's what they're going to go with, that's what they want to go with. Okay. This is an odd one. What's this guy's reputation like? Interesting bit of news surrounding Luis Sinisterra. That is worth talking about, definitely. Someone that looks like an in the know has said that the deal has now collapsed. I've gotten a couple of stories from him before. He's not got a 100% hit rate, I have to be completely honest, but it's something that's interesting to keep an eye on. There's 49 minutes left of the window. I feel like we would have had a little bit more on it from now, but here we are without having learned more about Luis Sinisterra. If it ends up where he's not moving because of the deal changing at this point, I doubt he'll play tomorrow, purely because it's going to be incredibly hard to get him, just to get him playing, I think. Because he's not going to be able to make it back from London in time. He's going to be incredibly low in terms of his morale. Matt Jarvis hopes that Brennan Johnson does better than Jed Spence. I think Jed Spence is going to have a fantastic season. Jed Spence is going to have an excellent season. It's not our fault that he decided to move from a slightly rubbish club to a good one. Throat is really starting to go now. Still not guaranteed to start. It's a very odd signing, the Brennan Johnson one. Yeah, that's true. I don't hugely understand that when there are plenty of number 9s that are about. Admittedly, it's quite hard to sign a straight-up number 9, but even someone from that end of the table, you can get someone with decent enough finishing, I think. Hope Jed Spence has a fantastic season and then is sold for 40 million next season. Come to think of it, having a buy clause in that deal would have been absolutely fantastic, but it's not to be, which is a little bit upsetting. If we had one, then would have been wonderful, but I can feel another Ben White situation coming on where we have a defender that we think is good enough, try and sign him, end up not having the money to make the signing, doesn't work out. Yeah, ends up moving to Arsenal. You're going to love that part of the Ben White saga. Bella Kotchap is now official to PSV Eindhoven. My source wasn't Graham Bailey. My source wasn't in the know on a forum that I tend to trust. But if Graham Bailey has said something, I've completely forgotten who Graham Bailey is. I'll have a quick look. Correspondent for 90-Minute Footballer inside of a team talk. Unlikely to happen. Talks with Leeds for Sinisterra have hit issues. Tough one to get over the line. Yeah. Ideally, I can see Leeds being incredibly stubborn. The longer they fight this out, it's weird. Either the more Bournemouth have to pay, or we get to keep him. Both of which are pretty decent outcomes considering the position that we are in right now. Patson Daka deal now appears to be completely off, which is good. That's a fantastic one. But in terms of like late transfer drama, we've not got that much going on. There's not much in terms of sagas outside of this one. Like, it's annoying because it's a day where everyone normally goes completely insane. But they haven't today. And I don't quite understand it. Like, normally you've got some like Manchester United desperately scrambling at the last minute to get a deal done. Or Liverpool have decided to not sign anyone all window and go for it. Or Chelsea have decided that they need 7,000 more players. But yeah, like your profile picture. I do, kind of. It's just not liking Luis Sinisterra, isn't it? Because of his baby panda enjoyment. Right. Anyone else feel deadline day has been a little bit dull overall? I kind of get that. Admittedly, from this perspective, it's been a little bit fluid throughout the entire thing. It's been incredibly hard to understand what's going on at any one time, purely because it's a mix of long-term deals going quiet, and the short-term deals are very like, this person signing for this club, and it's done immediately. Which doesn't make for a lot of drama. to be honest. And let's be honest, we all live for the drama. That's why we're Leeds fans. Well, that's why I'm a Leeds fan. That's why we're football fans. Football is not sane. I'm going to have a very, very quick skim through the rest of it. 2 profile pics. Okay, that's confusing. If Andrew calls you out again for supporting Blackpool, then I'll comment to ask him for a fight. Andrew, you got a job. Yeah. Let's see if we have anything else. There's been a Fabrizio Romano emoji tweet, apparently, so we're rumoured to get something on the way fairly sharpish. And I have just been sent that thing with the move for Sinistera hitting issues directly, so I can trust it a little bit more. Not seeing a comment, must be reveling in the lower leagues like Blackpool. We're getting controversial up in here. We're getting that Leeds versus Blackpool beef. I'm quite disappointed that Blackpool got relegated last season, to be honest, because I really wanted to watch that. Brennan Johnson has just signed his contract at Tottenham Hotspur, which means that is basically definitely done. Chalobah to Spurs is now back on for some reason. I still feel like Spurs are really lacking in attack, even if they get Brennan Johnson. I don't think they've got enough going forwards. But if they're confident, and that's fine. I'm going to keep on skimming. For some reason, I've just been recommended a tweet from the Formula One. There's Kayla. Yeah. I've seen that Cine to Oh, let's not have that done. Okay. And a recent update on Sky has said that Bournemouth are working right up to the deadline to get a deal over the line for Leeds winger Luis Sinistera. He's currently having his medical, but there's elements of the deal to be sorted. It'll go right to the wire. That feels like we might go moderately beyond 11 o'clock, because this feels like it'll be a deal sheet kind of agreement. It feels like it's going to be a incredibly difficult one to get done on both sides. I've just been asked if there's any truth in it. The cat dragged in a sister-in-law too, right? Okay. It's very nice to have just members of the family in the chat. It's very good. Then again, this chat is all one family. We're being incredibly wholesome here. Hello, Julie. How are you doing? Andy Carroll is now going to be playing in the French second. What? Where's he moving? Why has that happened? I thought it was at Reading. Always down for a scrap in Sainsbury's car park. Right, judging by the people in here, it's going to be a tag team between Kayla and Julie and me and Andrew, and it's going to end up with Kayla and Julie winning. That's how it's going to be. Quickly check that chat. Okay, the move from Mason Greenwood to Getafe is now looking close. The paperwork is in the process of being finished, with both clubs being optimistic of getting the deal done. Getafe are the only team in the frame for him, which, as someone that has to report on Spanish football quite often, is going to be incredibly difficult. Yeah, on loan. I thought oh, yeah, because we keep doing typos, and I keep having to tag the typos. You absolute monsters. This goes to YouTube. Yeah. Carol's gone to the mighty Amiens. Why did I put the little French swaz on that? I don't quite know. But things do look like they're speeding up a little bit at the moment. Bournemouth working's completely... Yep, cool. I'll go right to the most recent bits of news so I can see what's going on. off. Everton are having a really, really bad day by the looks of it. Because their deal for Maxwell Cornet has now not happened, which they were sort of relying on. This could be a little bit spooky now, because Maxwell Cornet is someone that Everton were looking at for a little bit of time, but wasn't their main target. Their main targets were Willy Gnonto and Luis Sinisterra and Crescencio Somerville. Them not getting Maxwell Cornet is a quite serious risk, because it means that we're likely to lose some fairly big footballers that we really need for the season. And it brings a second club into play. Now, the fewer players that we have to sort of track and try and keep in the side, the better. But adding Somerville and Gnonto to the list of players that might leave, and Everton to the list of clubs that have an interest, is going to be a very, very serious problem going forwards, I think. Cornet collapses under the weight of toffee ice cream. No, that's Weston McKennie. I'm not going to elaborate. Everyone saw his shape when he played at Leeds. It was a circle. Yeah, Patson Daka is definitely off. Luis Sinisterra is ongoing, but still not a certainty. Daka was close to joining on a season-long loan with an option to buy, so that looks like the form of deal that Bournemouth are working towards, but they were unable to get it done. It's now been confirmed that Spurs will allow Lloris to leave on a free if he agrees to do a deal with Nice, which I think is a good way to go about it. It just sort of like neatly tidies things up. It means that there's not sort of that issue of, do we let him go? Is there a fee? It removes a lot of the mess that we could end up dealing with. Right. Just going to say now, current target for the stream, and it's a personal target. You guys don't have to push for it. It'd be hugely appreciated if you could. I would love it. But the goal by the end of the stream is to hit 50 concurrent viewers when the last 40 minutes of the transfer window at the moment. 36 at the moment. If you guys can even watch on a second device, spread it to some friends. It'd be massively appreciated. If we can push it through towards the 4th or 5th hour of the stream, you guys would be fantastic. I've just opened it on my phone, for example, which makes it a little bit harder to keep track of all the news, but it'll be completely fine. I'm going to keep it up. Up to 39 now. Massively appreciated, everyone. Remember, subscribe if you're not already, comment, like the stream, because that pushes it a little bit further, and keep commenting various questions that you've got. Always happy to answer them, no matter what they are. Again, they could be the stupidest question you've ever heard, but I'll happily answer it. Confirmed that Ian Matson will not sign with Burnley. I think I just accidentally slapped my microphone, but we move. And Patson Daka move is definitely off. It's not going to be on a loan. It's not going to be permanent. Gone. Patson Daka will make his way back to Leicester. I'm here to the end if you can cope with my Christmas cricket quality jokes, as they will get worse. I see what you know what it's like to deal with me and my crap. That was the wrong one that I have highlighted. What do I think of the Mason Greenwood case? I think that I am at serious risk of libeling myself, so I'm not going to touch that one. Trevor Chalobah stays at Chelsea. Is that one confirmed? Just going to have a quick check and go back to it. Let's have a look. Yeah, Trevor Chalobah definitely staying at Chelsea is one that I didn't really see coming. I thought that he would leave. I thought it would be game over. I thought if Spurs were looking for a permanent deal, done. Hey, nice being here tonight. I'm going to go in 5 and have nightmares about Sinisterra. Much appreciated. You've been here since the start. That is fair enough. I will let you have it. It's not libel unless you write it down. Oh, it's that line from Spider-Man. Yeah, it's slander if it's spoken. It is in print. It is libel. That's the line. Are you on fantasy football? I am on several different fantasy football leagues. My team is looking incredibly bad right now because I've been spending the past 2 weeks preparing for this. So it's chaos at the moment. Am I bottom of my league. I'm going to have a very quick look. I'm going to treat myself to not refreshing Twitter for a minute. That's what I'll do. Premier League Fantasy. There we go. Let's sign in, preferably as the correct account. There we go. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, this is not a team that is going to be winning my fantasy league, I don't think. But yeah, thank you for asking, Julie. Much appreciated. Am I right in thinking Matt is still here? That would be fantastic. Because we are going to keep on pushing if possible. And how many points you want? At the moment, my fantasy league team this week is on 1, but that is because I've got Issa Kabore on the bench. My team in general, I'm going to have a very, very quick look, and then I'm going to get back to the important bits. Has 160 points, which is not incredible because I've not changed it since week 1, but we move. Matt, are you able to pop in the announcements chat? You had Areola in goal. Oh, he just missed out on a clean sheet, didn't he? That's not ideal. Yeah, Matt, if you are able, could you pop in the announcements chat, tag everyone, and say that we are targeting 50 viewers by the end of the stream, 50 concurrent at the very least, and we'll aim for as high as possible. Hi, Dave. You got both Joes on. I am not happy with other Joe because he was in bed when I asked if he wanted to come on. Which, honestly, I totally get it, to be fair. It's been an exhausting day. Don't tell him I'm not happy with him. He's incredible. I massively appreciate him. He helped me push forwards. Again, I literally moderate chats for a living. This isn't going to get me. Let's have a quick look. Yeah. Matt, if you could pop something in the announcements chat, tag everyone. I see you're typing right now. Hugely appreciated. Thank you for doing so. Just let them know that we want to hit those targets. It'd be massively appreciated if we could get there because this stream has been some very, very hard work, and the faster that we can get there, the better. Let's have a quick look. Hasn't been to bed for 3 days. Maybe not asleep, but he was in bed watching Luton versus West Ham earlier. Oliver Burke is in the process of finalising a move to a championship club, and it could be Birmingham City. Don't know what I think of that. Aha! But you told me earlier, JMF Aquatics, that Birmingham finished all of their business early and didn't need to do any more work. So, ha 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 ha. Who's the joke of a club now? It still Leeds. It's definitely still Leeds. Oh, you got me. Ooh, sniffer. Dickhead. It was going so well. This is why you do not trust West Ham in the slightest. They are just incredibly unreliable. This is why the video that I did a few days ago that was proven completely wrong within 2 days, I'm still going to stick with. Okay, so there has just been another very quick update in the Luis Sinistera conversation. It looks like we might be trying to pull a Swansea because I've just seen in the know saying what happens if a player has a clause but the selling club doesn't answer the phone. I hope that we're not doing that. That would be brave, to say the least. Quick update. Olympic Lyon agreed loan deal for Diego Moreira from Chelsea. I think Diego Moreira is part of their massive, unending army of loan players that is... I'm going to go see you all at the next live. I will see you later, Goals Edits. I might be doing one for the Sheffield Wednesday match tomorrow. There will be a video of some sort tomorrow morning covering either the transfer window in general or Leeds' inability to do a transfer window. I'll let you know. And don't forget to sub. Thank you, Goals Edits. It's like a personal assistant. Incredible. Any more rapid news that has come completely out of nowhere? Apparently, Diego Moreira came out of nowhere, which is surprising. Rumours online, we don't really need Oliver Burke. That is a good thing. Norwich trying to get Danny Right. I'm now at the point where I'm seeing names that I don't recognize, and I'm thinking that they might be prank names because you're trying to get me, and I don't know what Danny Bath could be. So I'm going to assume it's a real person. Luton get Lukonga. I know that Lukonga is a real person. He was spotted at the... See you later, goals, that is. Lukonga was spotted at the match between Luton and West Ham. I felt like something was happening there. The fact that it has happened isn't a huge surprise. Am I right in thinking Lukonga is a fullback? Maybe a left back? Because if he is, I'm fuming that we've again missed out on a left back that was available for loan. Ross Stewart has failed his medical at Southampton and his deal is off. More to follow. Ha 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 ha, Barry. I told you earlier on that that is what happened. Just going to keep scrolling through the news because this is where things are going to speed up quite a lot. We are down to the last 30 minutes of the defensive midfielder. Ah, okay, never mind. I'm not too bothered then. He can go wherever he wants. Yeah, I don't think anything huge has happened right now. Ooh, we have a little bit more news on Leeds United, and this is a pretty big one. A Bournemouth in the know. Evening, Hazharibo. I have a very, very nice update for you on Sinistera anyway. A Bournemouth in the know has said that Patson Daka's move to Bournemouth is now off, as per Jacob Townswell in The Athletic. Kiefer Moore is no longer leaving the club, and the deal for Luis Sinistera now looks unlikely, with Leeds United unable to replace him. So it seems like Leeds have been incredibly sensible in a very, very weird turn of events and decided to sort of commit themselves to, we're going to keep this guy unless we can properly replace him. And of course, Luis Sinistera, not super replaceable, best player in the squad, arguably. It's a very, very good idea to want to retain him. Leeds increasingly confident of securing him. That's good. Neil Maupay to Brentford is incredibly confusing because wherever he's gone, Maupay has made the team he's playing at worse. He couldn't finish chances for Brighton. He's not done anything at Everton. I don't know what Brentford have to gain by getting Maupay, unless it's just cover for centre forward because Ivan Toney, but can't be sure. Who knows? I'm going to very quickly check out all of the news again because we keep going faster and faster and faster. It is now official that Amrabat has gone to Manchester United. That one is going to confuse absolutely nobody. It was going to happen from the very start. I say the very start. It was going to happen from like May when everyone knew that Manchester United needed a midfielder. And it just took absolutely forever for people to bother. Forest must be breaking FFP. It depends because they do a lot of deals, but a lot of their deals are like affordable. So they don't spend obscene amounts of money on players except for like the likes of Sangare. But that was a fairly rare one for them. They got a lot of players in from championship clubs last season or from across Europe. Right, let's have another very, very quick look around. Another 7.7 million. I'm not sure who they've signed, but that's fine. Okay. Right, so as we are approaching the very end, everyone that's in the chat right now, I am going to ask, how do you think your club's window has gone? It's going to vary massively from person to person. As a Leeds fan, I think roughly good if we keep Sinistera. It's quite hard for me to rank it out of 10 at the moment. It all massively depends. The keeper can't spell his name. Might have been, I don't know. No, Shreyansh, do not come for my 18. That is absolutely unacceptable. I could have beaten you last year. I could have beaten you today, but I'm doing this instead. Yeah. Ping in the comments how you think your club's transfer window has done, what the club you support is. I'm just sort of interested because we've got all sorts of clubs represented. I want to know if it's been a good window for everyone, a bad window for everyone. So just let me know. Kayla dropping in the not a Scooby. You are a Leeds fan, I have decided, and I also don't know. It all comes down to this last 20 minutes. Brilliant at Blues, the transfer window. You signed Tyler Roberts. It can only be so good. Spurs 6 out of 10. Decent, but goals are still an issue. Lack of quality and depth. That is completely understandable because there's no forwards at that club. It's not fantastic. As a Palace fan, can I swear a lot? Yes, you sort of need a centre forward because Jordan Ayew still... Is it Jordan or Andre Ayew? It's one of the Ayews. Isn't really good enough. Arsenal, I felt we needed some depth after the Jury and Timber injury. That's going to happen, though. You can't really balance that, and I have no idea why Cedric is still at the club. Arsenal are full of dead timber. Quite like that one. B+ for City. What would make it an A+? I sort of want to know. Because a lot of these situations is people saying that the window isn't quite good enough, but I don't quite see why it changes a bit. Has Haribo is a Leeds fan with a 9 out of 10. What is it that would have pushed it all the way to a 10? It's quite hard to judge. For me, it would have been getting a left back in. As Andrew said, Leeds 6.5, first half 5, second half 8, evens out. Left back in a 10 would take the second half to a 10. I completely get that. We are drastically in need of a number 10 that can play at not centre forward, that can just create these chances and make the opportunities. Tyler Roberts, but also 12 other players. That's just a squad rebuild. That's just a massive change. Deal off was the Patson Daka issue. Okay, this is completely unrelated. Now, okay. I like Julie. Julie is a nice friend. Julie is kind. Julie is a good person. Let's be nice to Julie in the comments and not state our real opinions on Manchester United and their fans. Hopefully Rotera is good enough to play in that 10 role. I definitely think he is, especially when he's got someone like Pirro to play off. He's definitely good in a 2-striker system because he can drop in or his teammate can push up. And it's nice and flexible. That Pirro-Rotera, a little bit of pinball, that Pirro-Rotera pair works out. Need a left back, drastically need a left back. That would probably push it to a 10 for me. But if Daniel Farke wants to keep saying that Junior Firpo is the best left back in the Premier League, not Premier League, the best attacking left back in the Championship, can't stop him. Rangers signings, excellent. Just need a little bit more time to gel. Roll on Sunday. Leeds-based Rangers season ticket holder. How are you based in Leeds and you've got a season ticket at Rangers? The train costs alone must be insane. Right. Julie, we appreciate that you make some mistakes. Being a Manchester United fan, it's not always your choice, but you can repent on them. We had someone a little bit earlier. I'm going to scroll back and find him, actually. Where is he? It's going to take a while. There he is. A message from a Christian preacher that dropped in earlier in the stream is repent and believe in the gospel of not Manchester United. You still have time. You can fix yourself. A follower of Jesus has told you himself to repent. So you know what to do. Sorry, Joe, got to go. Going to be sick. You just called a scum fan a good person. Julie is simply misguided. She can learn. She can improve. I think. I hope. Right, let's keep skipping through the news before I just cause any more civil wars in my own comment section. Let's have a look. Deal sheets are now 2-hour things, which is slightly annoying. So this could run until 1 AM in terms of the different bits and bobs. Julie lives in Blackpool. Best Premier League transfer window, in my opinion, has been West Ham. In the Championship, either Birmingham or Coventry have done very good business. I've not kept huge track of Birmingham or Coventry, to be honest. Premier League, I agree with West Ham. They lost Declan Rice, which was a big player to lose. But they got in good players, decent enough footballers. So Kudus, for example, is one of the good ones. Ward-Prowse coming in has surprised me. I didn't think he was very good beforehand, but here we are. Never mind the 2-hour deal sheets might just be for Premier League clubs, but that means that Leeds might not be able to get someone in because the deal sheets apply primarily to Premier League clubs rather than if Leeds were to try and sign someone a little bit after 11. It makes the entire thing a little bit difficult. Why is nobody giving the news? Okay, so getting a little bit wild. I don't know why Dan James is trending on Twitter, but the local press in Bournemouth has now expressed a bunch of doubt over the Sinistera deal. This is wild. It's always wild. That is all from Graham Smith. I don't know what that means is going on, because it makes me think that retaining Sinistera is now doable. But it's hard to say. According to Fabrizio Romano, Patson Daka to Bournemouth was close, but didn't happen and still won't happen. Just quickly. Ignore that. There we go. Right. I've completely lost the tab I was in. There we go. Eric Abde at Barcelona is going to Real Betis, but that's one that's quite hard to care that much about. £7.5 million fee. It's a very weird move. The fact that the Bournemouth end are also doubtful over Sinistera is giving a bit of hope. Good Lord, this is always a long day. Phil Hay has now also tweeted saying that it is less than 20 minutes to the deadline and no one wants to call it. He's still down south for his medical. The medical is ongoing. Could be a deal sheet. No one wants to call it either way. Do I call it? Do I be bold? You know what I'm going to do? I am going to be incredibly dramatic and say that I will make a prediction based on what chat thinks. Chat, can you say either in for Luis Sinistera stays at Leeds United and gives the Championship club his services for the year ahead, or out, in which case he will go to the Premier League, he will play for Bournemouth, and he will have dramatically stabbed me directly in the back. Does Dan James ever trend? Evidently he did. I don't understand why, but he did this time. Look, mate, if you're going to be bold, can you let us know in the chat? I have let you know in the chat. I put it in the content discussion. Look at you not paying attention. You're meant to be in charge of that. And another tweet from Fabrizio Romano. Conor Gallagher stays at Chelsea, so the potential move to Spurs has not happened. That one's not come through. That one takes me by surprise. They keep saying that they don't hugely want Conor Gallagher, and Spurs don't want Højbjerg, so it's weird that neither of those things could happen. Good heavens. That was a big one. It's just about whether any of these deals finish. Joe, could you tell the audience what a deal sheet is? I will absolutely tell the audience what a deal sheet is. McAllister Bishop says Sinistera to stay. I also think Sinistera stays. it's a little bit too late for Leeds to force a move through the door ourselves. In addition to getting rid of Sinistera, we would need a player in first, arguably. Which I don't think is going to happen, but we'll find out. Club don't want to lose anyone this window if they can help it. The issue with Sinistera is that there will be interest from Saudi Arabia. In that case, we get stupid money. That would be absolutely incredible. Yeah, a deal sheet is a situation in which the two clubs create an agreement between each other before 11 p.m. and then they finish everything off afterwards. So you write down on a simple sheet, the deal sheet, that this player is going to this club for this amount of money, and then you sort out the contracts over the next 2 hours rather than just having to sort of force it through immediately in one go. Are your ears not sweaty under those headphones now? A little bit, but it also feels wrong to stream with them off because I'm more used to streaming with them on. I'm gonna roll with it. I'm rolling with it to the end. It'll be fine. Yeah, I have now explained, and it turns out Brendan was using that as a way to explain to one of our writers what a deal sheet is, which is fair enough, to be honest. Like, I didn't know what they were before the last summer transfer window. Do both teams have to sign the deal sheet? Yes, they do, because it is evidence that there is a deal between the two sides rather than sort of one team saying. So Leeds United couldn't say, well, we've signed Kylian Mbappe or something like that. More realistically, we couldn't say, we've signed Solbakken from Roma, and have Solbakken also say, yeah, they've signed me, and Roma look at the sheet and go, no, they've not. Why are you saying that? That's not happened. Also, I'm upset with all of you. You haven't reminded me to do the hydration break. That's why my throat hurts so much. I love how they say deal sheets are faxed. Who owns a fax machine? A couple of seasons ago, Manchester United, if I remember right. That ended in a very, very weird and funny way. I'm glad you appreciated my cunning. It wasn't that cunning, to be fair. It was a nice and sneaky attempt. I'll let you have it. If Shreyan Shishir, yes, it can go beyond the transfer deadline, but only to 1 a.m. They've got 2 hours, effectively. So deadline day isn't really deadline day, sort of. The most recently this happened to Leeds that I can remember was we signed Willie Nonto, I think at something like 10 past midnight is when I remember writing that article. Oh, gee, thanks, guys. I will hydrate now. Can the deal sheet 2 hour situation extend beyond the deadline? Yeah, so by 11 p.m. you need a deal sheet in with the league to say, we've got 1 hour to finish this arrangement. Deal sheets are becoming more and more common as transfers start to take longer and longer. It's less a matter of get the player in or don't get the player in, if you see what I mean. But yeah, clubs have a couple of hours. It's not an immediate get it done right now. It's if you can get an agreement in principle between the two clubs, then you can probably finish everything off in time. Johnson's still not officially announced. Why do Spurs do this to me? I'm old. I feel like it will be an 11 o'clock job. That, or they've just forgotten to properly sign him, which would be the funniest ending to this entire thing. Also, Kayla, if you are still listening, if you are still in the chat, Julie, if you are still in the chat, Andrew has now formally requested that as a Manchester United fan, Julie is banned from the wedding. That would, however, eliminate half of the wedding, so I'm going to veto that one. Okay, let's have a quick look at what this tweet says. It's a completely brand new one. A bit more behind the rumour linking a Bournemouth player to Leeds as a make-weight for the Sinistera deal. As we approach deal sheet time, the deal is not yet dead. Is interesting. Okay, so it looks like it would be a swap deal in that case, perhaps with a fee coming our way. We don't know. Mark McAdam, who I believe is a Bournemouth fan, has just posted an eyes emoji. That is absolutely terrifying. He did that 5 minutes ago. It looks like there could be something on the way. A little bit spooky. I don't like that. Scary. Mount Region Evans. Manchester United have gone all out. Yeah, it's the way I compared it earlier was Leeds United in this window have signed a young Chelsea centre-back that is able to play multiple positions and has a lot of potential to grow lots of international caps. Manchester United have signed a 35-year-old who couldn't make the Leicester squad last season and has been released as a free agent after getting relegated. There's levels to the game, is all I'm saying. What is a Leeds United? Seems like something irrelevant. Odd coming from Vladimir Putin, whose sense of sovereignty is becoming increasingly irrelevant as days go on. Mason Greenwood's loan to Getafe has now reportedly been completed. That is, yeah, that's a move. It's hard to have that strong of an opinion about it, to be honest. He's a player that was almost certain to be going out anyway. I'm surprised that a team took him, but they did. It's on loan, covering, I think it'll be a portion of wages. It won't be the entire thing. Just to remind Kayla and Julie, because I don't think Kayla was available at the time, Andrew has requested that we ban any Manchester United fans from the wedding. I have vetoed that because it would lead to half the wedding not being present. Do I reckon Tyler Adams has recommended Sinistera? Maybe. Modern scouting departments seem to be... I'll leave you looking like a yawning hippo if you disrespect me again, you tramp. Okay, Mr. Warcrime. Yeah, I don't reckon Tyler Adams has had any real impact on that move. I think it's one that has been done based on the recruitment department primarily, with Tyler Adams potentially going, oh, there's a list. Okay, is he on this list? Go for it. Fine. Yeah, he's absolutely a troll. It's not worth it. Has anyone seen Lee Hendry and Sue, the Everton fan, on Sky in the same room? Let's keep looking. You're definitely a Tory. Yeah, okay, sure. You are as funny as you think you are. 1 second. I'll do. Okay, cool. Turns out it's quite easy to hide users. Right, no going to the wedding then. You are the best man. You need to go to the wedding. We have 5 minutes left of the transfer window. Lots and lots of deals still to be announced. Brennan Johnson is still not complete somehow. I don't know if Manchester United have formally announced Sofian Amrabat. It's not 100% sure. Oh, that's a little bit horrendous. 1 second. So Getafe's announcement for Mason Greenwood. Let's have some opinions on this one in the chat. Is this the right way to announce the signing of Mason Greenwood? Because that's a little bit dodgy. It feels overly positive to be announcing someone who has been accused of the things he's been accused of that way. If that's the real Putin, I advise Joe not stand near any upper floor windows. I saw something today where a chief rocket engineer died of being poisoned after accidentally eating some poisoned rocks, which was like, that's an interesting one. Julie will be the last on the dance floor at the wedding. That is much appreciated. And Romano says that Johnson to be announced in 7 minutes. Judging by the time, I'm guessing that will be at 11 o'clock. That all makes sense. Going to have another quick check of the news. Odysseus Vlachodimos has just signed at Nottingham Forest. That being confirmed is quite interesting. That was the signing that was mentioned earlier by, I think, Matt, when it came to their FFP struggles. What other news do we have? Apparently, Patterson Daka staying at Leicester is 101% off with Bournemouth, which is incredibly confusing. Nick Miller at The Athletic has said we are in deal sheet zone, baby. Let's have a quick look. If it goes to deal sheet, does it mean it's guaranteed to go ahead, or can things still go tits up? As far as I'm aware, when it comes to a deal sheet, the idea is it's a deal in principle. So you've got the deal in principle, which says that all going well, we can sign this player. What comes after that is all of the contract stuff, which means that you can still have a player decide not to sign the contract, or if there's any minor disagreement in the wording and stuff like that. In theory, if it goes to a deal sheet, it's not the end of the world, but it's not far away. A deal sheet is sort of a de facto, the deal is done. It's not 100% contractual. He's their player now, but it's informing the Premier League that there's a 99% chance that they're going to the other club. I don't know if it's a thing in other leagues. I think Spain do it as well. Not too sure who else. Can still go up. Dan James went to a deal sheet as far as I know. I'm not sure. I don't think it did. I don't think we were able to get the deal sheet done purely because Hugh Jenkins didn't pick up the phone to complete the deal sheet. Rob Holding has signed for Crystal Palace on a 3-year deal from Arsenal. That one is a little bit irrelevant, to be honest. Rob Holding, I don't know if he starts for Crystal Palace. He might get a few minutes, but Palace are in a weird spot. I don't quite understand them. They're a team that jumps about a little bit in terms of their quality and level of ability, but I don't know. It must be understandable somehow. Mason Greenwood signing for Zenit. No, he's not. We've got an announcement from Getafe, or like a pre-announcement. Unless, of course, Mason Greenwood is going to say hello to our good friend Vladimir Putin, which would be one hell of a deadline day twist. Imagine. Spurs tweeted a bow and arrow emoji. That tells me that Brennan Johnson is almost certainly on the way in then. I'm going to have another very quick look at the Leedsy forums and see if there is anything at all on the Sinistera deal. Right, we are in the final minute of the window. We are going to find out something fairly big, I think. There's going to be lots of announcements in the next minute or so. That's not something that I'm too bothered about seeing. It's just about what deal sheets there are, who they are for, the clubs that the players are going to go to. It's a little bit scary. Let's have a quick skim. Okay, there's rumours that the deal sheet is signed, which is not ideal. I found a link and it came in from the last minute. That would be very, very bold, I think. Yeah, everything seems very up in the air around the Sinistera deal. And we have hit 11 o'clock. Anything official needed to be official in the past. Not in the past, you know what I mean. Yeah, and anything that was going to be official needs to have been announced. Getafe have now officially announced Mason Greenwood, which is certainly a take. It's definitely something. We are now up to 708 subscribers at the moment, by the way. If anyone still hasn't subscribed, do it below. Massively appreciated. Keep on with the comments. Brennan Johnson has been announced. Keep on commenting with any questions. The deal sheet questions, for example, if anyone doesn't know anything that's going on, I'm more than happy to help. Again, drop us a like. That will push it even harder. It would be absolutely incredible to do whatever we can with this stream. I've loved doing it. It's good fun. let's keep it up. Everyone seems incredibly paranoid around the Sinistera deal, which is incredibly worrying. So let's have a look. Yeah, so a tweet from the Premier League explains the deal sheet thing in a little bit of detail. So I am going to add the screen to the screen share. There we go. So the summer window is now closed. Clubs can still complete transfers after 11 o'clock if they've submitted a deal sheet before the deadline. Find out a little bit more. So delve in. If it wants to load. Feels like today's been particularly chaotic. Can't tell if it's because it's the first I've covered. It's absolutely the first you've covered. It does not get slower. United announced Amrabat. That is not a surprise. That was basically coming. My hydration, it's given me the hiccups. So I'll give this a quick skim. Clubs sometimes conclude deals at the last minute. Not easy for them to get everything completed and sent over before the deadline. The deal sheet allows a club to confirm that a club deal has been arranged to allow additional time to do documentation. For a deadline of 11, the deal sheet can't be used before 9 and needs to arrive fully completed before the window closes. So any deal sheets that were to be done for the window needed to be submitted at least 2 minutes ago, probably before that. Once the sheet arrives, clubs have 2 hours to submit the full paperwork. If a club are looking to do an international transfer, so say, for example, Leeds were to sign someone from Ajax, they'd have to comply with the transfer matching system deadline of midnight rather than 11. So sort of got a little bit more time, but not loads. So this is an example of the deal sheet. The form doesn't constitute a contract. Clubs and players are required to comply with all relevant rules, regs, all that pizzazz. We, the undersigned, declare that negotiations for the transfer or loan of whoever from club to club have been concluded with a fee of X, with guaranteed sub and contingent payments. Now, I don't know if both sides need to fill that in. I don't think they would. It looks like it could be a one-way thing, but I don't know if each side needs to sign it. I think it's just a fill the names in thing, with the official stuff coming within the next 2 hours. Which is spooky, because we could end up with a deal sheet that causes problems. So I'm going to keep on looking through various sources, because I don't know what's going on. What would be incredible is if we didn't end up losing Luis Sinistera and we just sort of deal sheet accidented our way into buying someone. That'd be a good way to do things. But I think for the most part, the window is shut. Mason Greenwood is only a season-long loan. Yeah, I don't see clubs wanting to take him permanently, just because a loan is a lot easier to sort of bury. If it turns out the fans absolutely despise having him at the club, just hide him. Don't play him. He doesn't need to get the minutes. Whereas on the other hand, if you've got, for example, a permanent deal for 3 years, you can't do it for 3 years. It's a massive fee that you need to pay off afterwards. Let's have a quick look at what else has happened. Barcelona have just won deadline day, getting Cancelo and João Felix. Have they? Because they're also still financially muddled. Deal sheet is in for Alex Iwobi to Fulham. That one surprises me a little bit. I feel like that one was done earlier, but if it's taken a while to sort out, it's taken a while to sort out, as long as they get it done. A weakened Everton is going to be incredibly funny, because Iwobi was like the one solid, reliable player, to be honest. If this loan /sale/loss of Luis Sinisterra has happened. You can't treat him like that as a human being at the end of the day. I mean, football clubs already do. Like, there's a lot of footballers at Chelsea, for example, that you won't have heard of that came through the academy and they've just not sold yet. And they've not done anything wrong. Whereas there's something a little bit more to be discussed in the case of the player that's just gone to Getafe. Holding confirmed for Palace. That was, again, one that I thought had been done. But if it hasn't been done, then fair enough. Forest have shot an announcement video for Sangare, but not announced it yet. That's weird. I thought that one was done earlier as well, but again, that might just be a deal sheet. It's important to note that in these situations, it isn't always just going to be the deal sheet stuff that matters. A lot of sides will get all the paperwork in and just not complete the announcement stuff because they'll put the paperwork first. By doing that, they make sure that they get the player and they don't have to deal with all the stress and stuff like that. And they can do all the press stuff afterwards because that, in theory, press stuff over here doesn't hugely matter. It's this that makes sure that you are allowed to play the footballer. Gonna have a little bit more of a skip through and just to see what's going on. There is a pretty good point on the Luis Sinisterra thing. That having someone loaned out isn't necessarily a problem. Having someone loaned out, if Leeds United go up, means that there is still a high-quality player at the club. Because he's quite good, isn't he? And you can make the most of him in the Premier League. But then again, if we don't keep him and he goes permanently, then that's also something to be dealt with when it comes. At the moment, the entire thing is just something to deal with what's going on. Betting has been suspended over the Sinisterra deal, but that is the same for Salah. Just going to quickly take a look through comments. Does anyone have any questions regarding either the mechanics of how the transfers work or any of the deals that are going on at the moment? Am I happy with Leeds transfer business? Can I tell you after we find out about the deal sheets? Because we don't know if there is one in at the minute. The moment we find out about that, it's okay. The only problem then is having a hugely bloated squad when everyone comes back. That is true. That is a potential issue for Leeds to deal with. But it's not one to deal with right now. So it's fine. Burnley have confirmed the signing of Genk attacker Mike Trezor. The package is worth 18 million euros. It feels like a big fee, but I don't know anything about Mike Trezor, so I can't really judge. However, Burnley seem to have been doing deadline day incredibly sensibly so far, which is to be applauded in all fairness. A lot of clubs come up and make a series of mistakes. Burnley haven't done that, and that is completely fine. Back on the am I happy with the Leeds transfer business question? It depends, because if we keep Sinisterra, absolutely. I agree with it being an 8 or 9 out of 10. We could have done with getting some fees in earlier in the window. There's another week and a half of loans to get done. That is just... Oh, don't say that. Yeah, that is only domestic loans, I think. And you can only loan from clubs that aren't in the same division as you. Which is dangerous, I think. Because I don't know if Leeds will be able to sign from the Premier League. One sec. Yeah. Keep Sinisterra, I'm happy with the window. Don't keep Sinisterra, I'm a little bit miffed, but I don't know if that will be recency bias. That's the real question. How much am I affected by the fact that we were complete idiots in the last day? Divock Origi is expected to go to Nottingham Forest in time. I see that you refreshed Fabrizio Romano's Twitter at the same time as me. With Sky have just announced Rob Holding is breaking news, and Kovacs announced it ages ago. Yeah, I'm not going to complain too much. It's fine. It's not a problem. they'll get to it eventually. They have absolutely nothing on the sheer might of the Last Word FC deadline day stream. It's just incredibly confusing because, hold on, we have a Phil Hay tweet, and I'm aggressively refreshing because I need to know this. Sinistera sounds like a deal sheet. It looks like Sinistera is going to have gone to Bournemouth. I don't know if that means that someone's come the other way. I don't know if it's permanent, don't know if it's a loan, but it is a big-ass piece of news. I'm going to pop that in the chat right now. Just going to quickly do a reply. That might sound really weird on the mic. Sorry about that. So, yeah, the Sinistera move is quite difficult because we have covered Mike Trezor. I am ahead of you, Ben. Yeah. Can someone in the comments, by the way, put something like Sinistera deal sheet just so I can add it to the nice little thing I've got down here? The Sinistera deal sheet. We do not yet know if it is a loan, if it is a permanent deal. We don't know if it's going to be a swap deal or anything like that. I'm going to quickly take a look at, yeah, one of the insiders that I know has also said that it looks like a deal sheet. There's not any more real detail on the terms, but it looks like Luis Sinistera is going to be leaving Leeds United. Either on a loan or on a permanent, but we are about to find out. Going to Bournemouth, he has been in a medical since the afternoon, I think. A reasonable timeline of the entire situation is early this morning, there were rumours of Sinistera leaving. I thought it was Crystal Palace. I had an article up about it being Crystal Palace because that was the only name I'd heard. Then went to training as normal, completely as standard. Daniel Farke's press conference, there was no word on Sinistera doing anything. After training, Luis Sinistera spoke to some, I think it was kids and various adults outside the gates of the training ground saying, I'm not leaving. Within an hour, half an hour, Fabrizio Romano says that there is a deal confirmed with Bournemouth, which was then refuted immediately by Phil Hay and Graham Smith, who are the Leeds United Tier 1s that I'm aware of. That was very swiftly followed by it turning out that Sinistera had gone down south for a medical. Terms weren't agreed, and it feels like negotiations have carried on until about 15 minutes ago, and we've got no idea what's going on at the moment. It's all a little bit chaotic at the moment. We don't know what's going on. It's like players just lie, isn't it? And contracts mean nothing. I mean, at the end of the day, contracts do mean nothing. It comes down to, does your club want to make the money? If there are any more questions about the deal that we're aware of, at the very least, specifically talking to Brendan at the moment, just let me know. I will happily answer any of the questions that you have about it. Tamari Gray has a Saudi offer, but he's staying at Everton. That's going to be hard to define for at least the next week because their window hasn't closed yet. Sheffield Wednesday have signed Jeff Hendrick on loan from Newcastle for the season. That's a very weird one because I don't think Jeff Hendrick is very good. But sure, we're about to batter Sheffield Wednesday tomorrow anyway. We'll take out the frustrations on them. Wolves have signed Jean-Rickner Bellegarde. The French midfielder joins on a 5-year contract from Strasbourg in a £12.8 million deal. That's very specific. That'll be 15 million euros, something like that. I'm going to hop back to the Sinistera deal, though, because the entire thing is just building up in complexity because we still don't know what's happening. It's a very, very bizarre move that we're trying to keep track of. Some tweets on... Okay, Sky is saying that Sinistera is in the balance. It can go either way. Matt is saying that there are some contracts on Greenwood, but some tweets on Greenwood, but very quickly removed. Some tweets from whom? Because that'd be quite interesting. If it's Getafe removing their like announcements and stuff like that, that'd be incredibly weird. Contracts shouldn't be judged as something a player has to fulfill. They're a tool for the club to list them as an asset. Yeah, that makes sense. It depends on your perspective, really, though, doesn't it? Like if you're in the perspective of a club that is getting absolutely battered by various horrible contracts, you can understand. Yeah, if the deal is in the balance and can go either way, then that feels to me like it's up to Sinistera. It feels like the player Getafe are removing replies. Okay. I might watch their match this weekend because it does not sound like the fans are going to be happy. Yeah, it looks like it's a player decision job. If it comes down to not having a deal done yet, but a deal sheet being in place. Might be that Leeds are actively saying, look, we hope you stick around. This is what we can try and do for you, etc., etc., etc. Okay, new word from Phil Hay is that Jadon Anthony could come the other way from Bournemouth if the Sinistera move goes through. Leeds don't want Sinistera to leave without a replacement arriving. I don't know that much about Jadon Anthony, so I'm going to have to do some very, very quick research. I believe he is a winger at Bournemouth. But this is going to be a very, very quick job to get done. There was also word about us just getting Jadon Anthony in the first place. So if what's happened is we've said, can we have Jadon Anthony? And their response is, can we have Luis Sinistera? Then we've made a serious mistake there. His numbers are not too bad over the past 365 days. Neil Maupay has signed on loan with a buy option confirmed. Is that to Brentford? I think. I believe so. Yeah. Okay, Manchester United are covering the majority of Greenwood's wages as well. Yeah, Anthony's FB ref stuff, I'm just going to quickly add to the stream. He doesn't look like a bad player. It's not a massive problem, and I feel like he's probably a winger looking at those numbers. Non-penalty goals, 1 every 5 matches. XG, he's outperforming, which isn't too bad. He has a shot and a half every single match. His XG plus expected assisted goals is more than average. Decent shot creating actions. Good at carrying the ball, take-ons, lots and lots of touches in the penalty area. Good progressive passer, that helps as well. It helps get the ball up the pitch to the forwards. Decent amount of blocks, good amount of clearances. But at the end of the day, it depends on if he's worth the same amount as Luis Sinistera, because ideally there's also a fee coming with that. It's impossible to say. Graham Smith has also tweeted saying deal sheet o'clock according to Sky Sports. So the clock ticks on. Reports earlier on in the evening suggested Bournemouth's 23-year-old left winger Jadon Anthony could be a part of this, which makes some sense to the delay. Fair to call this way an anxious one. Bit of a spooky one. Either way, it looks like we're going to get a winger, because the idea that we'd sort of go without replacing just seems a little bit unpalatable, not just to the club, but to the players, if that makes sense. 1 second, I've just got to quickly check something. Okay, that's fine. Hop back to it. Tweets from friends, yeah. Maupay Jones Brentford, yeah. The Everton squad looking absolutely dreadful is something that I'm finding very, very funny. It doesn't get any less funny. Losing Alex Iwobi for them is messy. I don't know if they brought anyone in, but they probably needed to. Who knows? Rob Conlon tweeting, I'm afraid if you have 2 first names, you have to play for Bournemouth. Deal off, I don't make the rules. In response to Jadon Anthony, for example, or Tyler Adam. Best of one should be banned. I'm loving the positivity of someone saying that HMS Pistol League is still sailing. Oh, they got Beto in, didn't they? Yeah, sorry, I've completely forgot that he existed. It's tough, really. I can see Everton going down. That would be funny. Wouldn't mind that. Okay, deal sheet for Luis Sinisterra, but now optimism to make it happen for Bournemouth. So I'm going to try and track this one until it's done, basically, because I feel like this one could take not too long if we keep hearing words from inside the clubs. Message from The Athletic saying it's been a quieter than usual deadline day. Ansu Fati joined Brighton on loan. João Felix joined Barcelona. Spurs completed Brennan Johnson. Biggest talking point was Liverpool turning down £150 million from Al Ittihad for Salah. Burke has signed for Birmingham City. That one wasn't from The Athletic. That was from JMF Aquatics, but I believe you. Why not? He scored against bottom of the third division in the League Cup on his debut. Yeah, it doesn't really count, does it? Let's have a quick look. Content discussion. One second. Right. We've just got to keep an eye on the rest of how it ends, to be honest, because it feels like it will end soon. Okay, I have just seen that, yes, Cine has to be done by 1 a.m. It needs to be fully confirmed, all the paperwork in with the Premier League, otherwise it's not valid. Reportedly, the deal sheet was put in by Bournemouth at 10:58, which is a little bit horrific. So that is a little detail. If Brendan is aware of it, if he's listening. Because if you did, then that is almost certainly going into an article, because I feel like submitting a deal sheet with 2 minutes left is absolutely bonkers. That's the sort of thing that it's quite hard to get away with. Oh, hello. Does he know? Yeah, Fabrizio Romano says it's done. So, there we go. Leeds United have lost Luis Sinisterra on deadline day. It's frustrating. I am quite mad that the tap-in merchant has called that one, because I really wanted to see Luis Sinisterra tomorrow, because he would have been against the worst defence in the Championship and really made a little bit of a mess. And I kind of need a pee, and I've needed a wee for the last 3 hours. I've committed to this. Yeah, the real concern is Jadon Anthony coming the other way? Because we've had confirmation from Fabrizio Romano that it's done. That's okay. That's not too bad. It's just about getting everything done. Given his tweet, I want another source, the wink throws me. I understand that, to be honest. That little wink is a tad sus. I don't like it. It tells me that there's a little bit more to the deal that we've not been told about, which is good. Dehydrate. I will dehydrate. However, I either need a little bit of cover for like 2 minutes, or for everything to be sorted out like immediately. I think once the Sinisterra deal is complete and done, I'll probably call the stream there, but we need to know a little bit more on the details, whether it's an option to buy, whether it's a guaranteed buy. Darko JB has stayed at Leeds United. That one has surprised me a little bit. I thought he was going to go. I think it was Swansea that were looking at him a little bit earlier, but not 100% sure. Close to ceiling loan move to Fleetwood, but Valenciennes, same owners as Southampton, made a permanent bid this afternoon. Their second offer, Fleetwood option not off the table. Swansea made an approach on a different front. JB stays. Swansea had a look and were interested in a permanent, but didn't get going. Fleetwood and Valenciennes approaches fell through earlier in the day, which is far from ideal. Right, so I'm maybe a minute. Just waiting for Matt to get on, and then I will run for a wee, and then I will come back, and I will cry and get very, very angry at Fabrizio Romano for his continuing existence, because he is an absolute monster, and I do not like him very much. I'm saying all this. This is frustration that is airing absolutely not in Fabrizio Romano's direction. Banger tweet from Michael Normanton. I'm delighted we've got rid of a player who didn't want to be at the club and would like to welcome Jayden Anthony, who will presumably love it here once the blindfold and gaffer tape come off. Sky at Bournemouth are also saying it is done, which is... it just gets more and more fun, doesn't it? Mariano has left Real Madrid and gone to Sevilla. I think it was a free, so that'll do it. Anyway, I'm going to add Matt to the stream now. In the wrong place. There we go.
I'm back.
You are back indeed. I'm going to remove myself for a minute. I will be back in 2 minutes. Talk about whatever you fancy, to be honest. Do not do a libel. I've been very, very specifically avoiding that. But yeah, go for it. I will return in a minute.
Excellent. I've not got access to all of the comments, but I'll try and keep it going while he's gone from there. So yeah, so obviously I'll start with Tottenham just to be a little bit on the buyer's side. So yeah, Brennan Johnson over the line. That's been confirmed. One of the big ones that's still being waited for, that's sending Joe really into despair, the Sinistera one. So yeah, deal sheets in is saying that just there that Romano has confirmed that's a done deal, but they're hoping to hear good news of Jayden Anthony going in the opposite direction, so at least they've got a player for a player. But yeah, it's never good when you sell a player right at the last minute with no chance to get anybody in. Selling Harry Kane 2 days before the start of the season and not bringing anybody else in is potentially a problem. But there we go. Been an interesting deadline day in many ways. There's been lots of flurry of activities, and everybody I know at Last Word working really hard, and Joe and Joseph and all the other guys and editors working like absolute crazy people that they are, and supporting everybody to get stuff over the line. But yeah, it kind of it seemed to go very, very slow towards the end of the day. But there we go. An interesting one that was mentioned a bit ago. Neil Maupay going back to Brentford. Another outgoing at Everton. I can't say Iwobi, who's also gone from Everton. I think he's going to Fulham or gone to Fulham. That's a bit of an interesting one. He seemed to be one of their better players. And yeah, they brought Beto in, who I jokingly mentioned earlier. Well, he did score the other night. He did score 2 goals against bottom of the 3rd division, as I refer to football before the days of the Championship, League 1, League 2 and all of that. But just looking at Everton's team, and it's frightening. Absolutely frightening. Oh, and their Sky at Bournemouth saying, there we go, done. Definitely saying it's a done deal for Sinistera, but it's the whole thing about going the other way. Yeah, going back to Everton, I just look at their squad, and it's just so wafer thin. Obviously, Beto could be a good player, good signing maybe. Oh, and look, here we go. The main man's back. I'm rescued. And yeah, maybe they'll get Calvert-Lewin back fit as well before he gets injured again. But yeah, there you go. Just having another laugh about Everton there, Joe, I'm afraid.
Oh, they're very funny.
Managed to get those in. But yeah, there we go. Yeah. I think I've talked nonsense for a couple of minutes while you were gone. Did mention Sarah, because Sky are now saying that that's done on there as well. But
no.
I'll hand it back to you, mate.
I mean, no comment. Okay, so we have a few more details on the Sinisterra thing as well. What I might do is I might do something that I have noted various other people doing on their streams at various points. And I'm going to take a little bit of a detailed look at what the Athletic are saying about the deal. So, this is all from Phil Hay, who is the definition of Tier 1 for Leeds United. He is just top of the line. He is unquestionable, in essence. Leeds United winger Sinisterra's proposed move is in the balance, with the transfer set to be complete after 11 p.m. The deal sheet was submitted following the window's closure, so it would be a season-long loan, giving Bournemouth more time to try and wrap it up. Sinisterra has undergone a medical, so I'm assuming he passed the medical in that case, after Leeds relented on his insistence that he wanted to leave following relegation, so didn't want to play in the second tier, which is irritating, but there we go. The switch didn't go through ahead of 11 p.m, so it ended up as a deal sheet. We've gone through that a little bit already. So there's a little bit of doubt whether or not he'll go back to Elland Road or if he will stay at Bournemouth. It all comes down to that deal sheet finally going through. Leeds are rumoured to be looking to take Jadon Anthony from Bournemouth in return, securing a replacement for the Colombian international. The process is still ongoing, so everything could still change a little bit. The other was 2 deals. We get their player and cancel Cine. I feel like that isn't something that they'd let happen. It still could, but you never know. I'm going to scroll a little bit more just to make sure we get a few of the main deals. Morpay joins Brentford on loan from Everton. Can Everton afford to lose any more players? Fulham submit the Iwobi deal sheet. We already knew about that one. Philogeny joins Hull from Villa. Juan Bernard joins PSG on loan from Benfica. That's a little bit of a weird one. Oh, joins. That's the wrong way around. Either way. Right back to the top. Let's see if anything else has happened. No, we are still on that. So it doesn't seem done yet, is what I've seen so far. This guy is... He tries to be an insider, but it's very confusing sometimes. Anyway, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to keep sort of going along with it and seeing how it goes. As for incomings after Kane out, I'm neither underwhelmed or overwhelmed, just whelmed. Yeah, that's... I think there's a lot of clubs that can feel quite whelmed at this transfer window. It's... As deadline days go, there wasn't some massive deal that no one saw coming out of nowhere that I can think of. There wasn't anything that was absolutely bonkers. It just sort of happened. Everything happened as expected. The fact that the biggest saga, the upsy-downsy one, that no one could see coming was again Leeds, is nuts. Like, unless I missed something, I don't... It's madness. Why has Martin Keedy sent me a DM about a film cult classic? My 6.5 has now dropped to a 5. I want to go 5. I want to go 6. Why not? I fully expected we would lose a lot more players than that, to be honest. And we didn't. We kept some of them, but I will take it. Sinisterra and his agent have now taken a nice picture at Bournemouth. Isn't that good for them? There we go. Oh, I'm sure he loves that Bournemouth shirt. So what this essentially tells me, and I know that it became a meme earlier, me not liking Fabrizio Romano, but looking at this, the only thing that I can gain from it is that with his watermark on it, he's been directly sent the image from the agent. And I don't know, it feels weird that you've got Fabrizio Romano potentially actively working on the behalf of parties that are doing transfers. Most journalists you look at, don't do so. But yeah, it's bonkers, to be honest. It's hard to understand what's going on some of the time. Let's stop the screen share and make sure that we have some idea of what is still going on. Yeah. Most leaks come from agents in North American sports. I mean, most leaks come from agents in all sports, but I think that's part of the issue. It's my issue isn't with the agent doing the leak, although that doesn't hugely help the situation. My issue comes with the agent doing the leak, and then it almost feels like client journalism, if you get me, in the same way that, for example, governments will have specific outlets that work on their side and big best friends, and this is how we make policy. And I feel like if that's the case with football transfers, it's... Did I just hear a dog? No, he's not in here. If that's the case for football transfers, it gets incredibly hard to like care as much about the game anymore, because everything is just... all the narratives that fans read come out of media outlets, and if that is all that a fan is reading, we're not going to get any other perspective of what is actually happening, if that makes sense. Everton have terminated another player, have they? I'll have a quick look at that. I can't say anything on Everton terminating another player's... Oh, there it is. Jean-Philippe. I don't know whether to pronounce like Gubamine or Bamine, but his contract is also gone. That is very weird. It's a very, very thin squad already, and it just keeps getting thinner and thinner and thinner. Everton need to make some good decisions at some point soon. Like, balance of probability. There's got to be some intelligent thought that comes through. I'm not going to highlight your comment because YouTube will algorithmically kill me if I do it. But Screwton, he made out he was different, want to fight for his chance, and he goes at the first opportunity. Yeah. It's very hard to be pro Luis Sinisterra at the moment, because, I mean, he was even involved in like pre-season media, saying stuff like, I can't wait for us to get back to the Premier League. And I think Tyler Adams did the same, where he said, what's your goal for the season? Is that we get promoted. And then a week later, he made a move away to Bournemouth. Footballers, man. It's full, like, mercenary mode. It's absolutely chaos. I don't quite understand. Well, I completely understand, but I don't want to understand. It finished. It did finish. The transfer window has closed. We still have a few deal sheets and little bits of news coming in. The most recent bit is how Luis Sinisterra has now gone to Bournemouth after completing a deal sheet. The stream is going to keep going for a little bit just to discuss things. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. Post them all over the chat. I'm happy to talk them through for a little bit longer. The plan was to go to midnight-ish. You can't really blame the players for moving to another club. Their agents play a massive part in the move, and it's all money to the agent. Yeah, that's fair. I completely get that. Can't wait to download teams on FIFA 23 tomorrow. Agents do play a massive part in it, which I completely understand. That's fine enough. You can't stop players wanting to make moves and wanting to further their careers. Jadon Anthony is still to be announced. That is also a season-long loan. I don't know if there is anything in terms of buy option for either of the deals. But yeah, agents doing the thing. It is annoying, basically. I was talking to a guy that runs a transfer platform in Poland a couple of weeks back. I might tag that actually. Tag link, sorry. Yeah, I was talking to a guy that runs a fairly big transfer platform in Poland that's got dozens and dozens of clubs on it. And his general take on it is that agents have far too much power in what they do at the moment, because they can basically just sort of decide where a player goes. They can just make things up as they go. It is that link. I don't know if that'll send. If it does, fine. If it doesn't, also fine. But his general look at the Leeds United situation was that agents are just looking to sort of find deals and enrich themselves in a way, which adds up. But Sophie and Amrabat to Manchester United, here we go. I thought that had been announced a little while back, but if it is completely brand new, then fair enough. I had simply not seen it. PSG officially announced Randall Colomwani. That one I didn't know had happened. Or at least I didn't know it was announced. I thought that was still being like negotiated and stuff. But I believe that is most of the news. Ooh, hello. Is this a deal? Okay. There is a deal. It is completely unexpected. Hugo Ekitike and West Ham have an agreement at the moment. PSG were reportedly pushing him towards Frankfurt. Never mind, I was wrong. I read that wrong. Yeah, Greenwood to Getafe happened. I'm a little bit surprised that it happened, but deal's a deal. I can see why he wanted the move, because he's going to play football now, to be honest. Sinisterra was apparently of the views he should have been able to leave under the original terms of his release clause. He was ready to make that argument. Leeds disagreed with them. No point feeling bad over someone who didn't even rule it. Let's say. Honestly, I'm not even that mad at it, to be honest. It happens. A little bit annoyed that he couldn't just do it earlier in the window, but yeah. We still have a squad strong enough to absolutely hammer the league. It'd be right. FIFA 22 on +1. I'm just going to have a quick look at the further stuff that is in Phil Hayes' report on the thing. Sinister Roger Bournemouth, after a dispute with United over the terms of a release clause in his contract. Oh, so you didn't finish your piece, did you? Oh, we did. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Leeds failed to honour the terms of a clause which would have allowed him to exit the club last month in the wake of a relegation battle. Leeds believed they handled the provision correctly, but at risk of a protracted legal battle, and relented on Sinisterra's insistence. I'm just going to do that he wanted to leave the club before tonight's deadline. Leeds were only prepared to lose him if they could secure a replacement, and Bournemouth are allowing 23-year-old Dayton Anthony to switch to Elland Road, also on a season-long loan. Anthony made 30 appearances in the Premier League last term, 11 starts. He's played 93 matches for Bournemouth after leaving their academy. As far as I am aware, on the Ross Stewart joining Sunderland deal, that one did fail. All right. I shall see you in the next one, Dave. I hope you enjoyed the absolute nightmare that was a 4-hour run of Are We Losing Lewis Sinisterra? I will see you in the next one. I hope you enjoyed. Ross Stewart has not joined Sunderland. Towards the end of his medical, he apparently failed it, which is ultimately a killer for deals in the transfer market. If you can't play football, then you can't play football. Oh God, I've got to do a match preview tomorrow. Already got a sore throat. In fact, I want chat's opinion on this. Is it a good or bad idea to do a match preview video / transfer window roundup video tonight, or do I wait for the morning, or do I just not do one and do one after the match? We'll find out. Arthur Okonkwo to Wrexham FC. I do not know anything about Arthur Okonkwo. I could try and dive in and talk about it, but yeah, baffling one, to be honest. According to our site, it's done. That would be from Barry, and I personally do not know that much about that deal. So I'm going to ignore that one for now. I say ignore that one. But no, you know what? I'm going to have a look. I'm going to see what Barry's had to say, because he tends to be quite good at these things. Okay, yeah. If it's completed, then fair enough. That's all good. Oh, yeah, okay. I might. I think I'll do a transfer summary tomorrow morning, come to think of it. Depending on when I get up, I'll get something done. Ben Foster did retire. He retired twice, which I found really, really bizarre. I've not seen a footballer do that before. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to run the stream out until it's been going for 4.5 hours. Why not? And then I might give CS2 a go, because CS2 is now available for absolutely everyone that's got a rank in Counter-Strike, which I'm going to go for. It's good fun. Come to think of it, is he the one that did a video with Chris MD at one point? Because if so, I might know more than absolutely nothing about him. Quick check on the content discussion. Ooh, hello. We have a new potential signing. Fulham could sign Fode Ballo-Touré as a last-minute deal. There's a deal sheet on to make it happen. Loan with a buy option from AC Milan. That one has completely slid under the radar. I didn't know that Fulham had done like anything today at all. So, just going to do a couple of closing bits. What in the comments? A, who do you support? B, how do you think the window's gone? C, how's deadline day been? And what do you think has been the most interesting story to track throughout this entire transfer window? Not just deadline day, because deadline days have been a little bit flat, but talking about the entire window, what's been the narrative that you've been keeping an eye on? It's always interesting to find out what other people are thinking, sort of build an idea of what I can look at in future streams and stuff like that. Anything to improve the content. Because I think for me, it's been a little bit Bellegarde to Wolves. That's a very odd one. Harvey White has left. Spurs deal sheet done. Is Harvey White a youth player? Feels like a young player. How do you know support Birmingham City? I think a business has been great. Maybe we didn't need to sign Ollie Burke. I'm off, Joe. Getting very tired. Great stream. Good fun. Great to take part. I am very glad to have had you around, and well done on making everything make sense today. Well done, basically. We managed to keep everything running throughout deadline day, and tough, basically. But yeah. I am going to end the stream there, I believe. Going to Stevenage. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream there because I am also becoming increasingly tired. It's been a very, very long day, and I know I've got quite a lot to do tomorrow as well. I hope you've enjoyed. If you are not yet, please subscribe to the channel. It is massively appreciated. We are pushing on to 1,000. We're pushing on towards monetization. Watch hours mean a hell of a lot. Subscribers mean a hell of a lot. If you've got a few minutes, watch some of the other videos. If you watch through the entire back catalogue, then we will be there in no time, but I understand that not everyone's going to do that. Like the stream if you enjoyed it, and I will see you later. Hope you enjoyed Deadline Day. Ta-ra.